presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Blackboard. We are Wisconsin.
Nice night for baseball as the battle of the I-94 supremacy is back on as we welcome you to Miller Park. It's the Brew Crew and the Cubs. Friday Night Baseball presented by Kawasaki Terex. Our starters tonight, the left-hander Randy Wolf hopes to bounce back in his home ballpark, facing a very tough right-hander at Matt Garza, who stymied Brewer hitters last month in Chicago. And we have two of the top leaders in slugging in the ballpark tonight. Brian LaHare of the Cubs and Ryan Braun, of course, of your Brew Crew, are just behind Matt Kemp in that race, both hitting the cover off the ball as of late for their respective ball clubs. Hi, everybody. I'm Craig Deshawn. Welcome back to the broadcast here. Brewer baseball and the Cubbies all set to go here tonight. And in order for the Brewers to get back on track, they have to start winning in their home ballpark. And ironically, they may have the perfect team. They have taken advantage of the Cubs over the last 10 meetings at Miller Park, winning 9 of those games. And they haven't needed much more than 4 runs a game because the ERA during that stretch has been under 2, which is just what the Brewer pitchers could use right now. And they could all use those numbers to fall together for Milwaukee to put it together and get a series win against this team. We've got an intriguing matchup on the mound. Does Garza have enough to beat Wolf and the Brewers for a second time already this season? BA and Rock Explorers, we get you closer to first pitch. Enjoy the game.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, because when friends come together, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Toyota, when you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Droves of fans coming across the Hank Aaron Bridge. A sellout crowd expected tonight. The Cubs have one of the bright young hitting stars in all of baseball. Starlin Castro, his 250 hits, second only to Michael Young since last season. Aramis Ramirez, the former Cub, gets to match up against his old mates as a member of the Brew Crew. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. Great to have you with us. Always fun to get these two teams together, the Chicago Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers. And our pitching matchup is intriguing tonight. Matt Garza for the Cubs. Rock, he's been very good this year for Dale Swaim. Randy Wolf gets the ball for the Brewers.
And Matt Garza against the Brewers. His career against Milwaukee didn't start out all that well. His first two games, 11 2/3 innings, and the Brewers stuck 10 earned runs on him. But last two starts have been very good for Garza against Milwaukee. 17 2/3 innings, no earned runs. Interesting thing about Garza, he had to miss his last start. They skipped him in the rotation. He had the flu. He lost a lot of weight, so it'll be interesting to see how Garza is going to be able to respond. On the other side, Randy Wolf, he had a rough start to his season, but lately his last two starts have been pretty good, particularly his last one against the Giants, where he really found his curveball. His fastball was on the corner. It's going to be important for Wolfie to be very patient, very cautious early in the count against this Cubs team.
Well, the Brewers ready to square off for three against their rivals. Ryan Braun, one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball. He is in the lineup, ready to go tonight. Can the Brew Crew get things turned around in their home ballpark? Stay with us. Brewers baseball is next. Out onto the field at Miller Park. This is game one of a three-game series against the Chicago Cubs. Braun has always been good against the Cubs, a .324 lifetime batting average. Great to have you with us tonight on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Brian Anderson, Bill Schroeder, Mark Kincannon, and it's Randy Wolf against right-hander Matt Garza. There's Dale Swaim. Still looks strange to see him in the Cubs blue. His star hitter this year, Starlin Castro. But Brian LaHare has been outstanding for Swaim and the Cubs this year. Swaim's batting order brought to you by Piggly Wiggly. Reed Johnson, Jeff Baker, Starlin Castro at the top. You see Brian LaHare, Alfonso Soriano, and Joe Mather in the middle. Wellington Castillo, Darwin Barty, and Matt Garza round out the Chicago Cubs starting 9. And that's the batting order that will face left-hander Randy Wolf. Brewers coming off a series loss against the Cincinnati Reds. Tough loss on Wednesday afternoon. And Milwaukee trying to get things on the move for the final 3 games of this homestand. Randy Wolf's first pitch is down low, and away we go from Miller Park. And they're still filing in here. It is going to be a big crowd. Parking lots were jam-packed with tailgaters prior to tonight's game, and it'll be that way the rest of the weekend. Little flare into shallow right. And right there to make the play is Corey Hart, and that's how the day begins for Randy Wolf.
Now let's check out the Burger King scouting report on Randy Wolf. Fastball away, very good for Wolf in his last start against the Giants. And he found that curveball. He was throwing it for strikes, keeping it down. And Jeff Baker, the #2 hitter, has had good success against Randy in his career. 10 for 24 and a home run.
Oh, Rock told you about Randy Wolf's turnaround. Had a very rough start to the season as he faces Jeff Baker. Now Wolf, his last time out against the Giants, although taking a loss, went 6 innings and gave up 4 runs. Picked up a win against San Diego prior to that. 5 innings and 3 earned runs. And talking to Ron Renicky before the ballgame, Rock, he said he thinks Wolf has some things turned around, and it looks like maybe his confidence is back, which can go a long way for a guy like Randy Wolf.
Yeah, he was really throwing the baseball well until that 6th inning where he gave up a 3 spot. But as we talked about, he had his best curveball of the year, and that's a very important pitch for Randy Wolf.
2 balls and a strike on Jeff Baker. There's a swing and a foul tip, evens at 2-2. Baker's a guy who bounces around a lot. He's played a little first base, some second base. We've seen him at third, and of course he can play the outfield. Tonight he's in right field. He's in there for his bat. I hope you're enjoying the superb conditions in Milwaukee, Wisconsin the last couple of days. It was a great day yesterday for the off day. 75 degrees today.
Yep, and the lid's off tonight. You gotta love that.
It's starting to feel like summer now. That's the beauty of this ballpark with the roof open. It feels like an outdoor venue, and you feel the currents blowing through. We always get asked, does the ball travel better when the roof is open? As Baker lifts one in the air, this one won't travel. Ryan Braun makes a catch for out #2. Defensively for Milwaukee, it's brought to you by Menards. It's Braun, Morgan, and Hart in the outfield. Going around the horn, Ramirez, Izturis, Weeks, and Taylor Green getting the start at first base. George Kataris, as he normally is, behind the plate with Randy Wolf on the mound. It's Lance Barksdale calling the balls and strikes tonight. Fielding Colbreth, Adrian Johnson, and Gary Cedarstrom. There's Gary, the crew chief. And 2 outs for Starlin Castro. Castro comes in 6th in the league in batting. He's hitting .347, just 1 home run, but has driven in 19 runs at this point of the year. And he does not let too many pitches go by at the plate.
Yeah, he's hitting .347. His on base percent is .359. So he's a tough guy to walk.
Well, Castro so far this year has only walked once as he bounces one to Cesar Izturis, and a good start for Randy Wolf. We're headed to the bottom of the first. The Brewers coming up against Matt Garza. Manager of the Brewers, and he is anxiously awaiting a turnaround, especially from some of his star players. The Brewers coming into play tonight at 13-18, same record as the Cubs. The Piggly Wiggly batting order has Nigel Morgan leading off, Ricky Weeks, then Ryan Braun. Middle of the order is Ramos Ramirez, Corey Hart, and George Kataris. Taylor Green, Cesar Izturis, and Randy Wolf rounded out. How about Matt Garza tonight, Rock?
Yep, the Burger King scouting report. It's been 11 days since his last start. He had the flu. He lost over 10 pounds. Last started on April 29th against the Phillies. He's got a big fastball, very aggressive early in the count, and Nigel Morgan's had good success against Garza. 6 for 13. That's a 462 clip.
And let's check the Cubs defense, courtesy of Menards. Alfonso Soriano, Reed Johnson, Jeff Baker in the outfield. Joe Mather at third tonight with Castro and Barney up the middle. Brian LaHare at first, and Wellington Castillo does the catching for Matt Garza, who enters this game with 10 consecutive scoreless innings. His season numbers, 2-1 record in 5 starts and a 2.67 ERA. But as Rock mentioned, the flu bug set him back for 11 days. His last start was on the 29th of April. 7 shutout innings of 1 hit ball against the Phillies.
Yeah, he's given up 10 earned runs this year. 6 of them came in 1 game against the Marlins, so he's been very good.
Well, his start against Milwaukee was back on the 12th of April when 8 2/3 scoreless, was an out away from a shutout. So Garza starting to pitch like an ace for the Chicago Cubs as Nigel Morgan leads off, and the first pitch from Garza is in there for a strike. This is Morgan's 4th game as the leadoff hitter. He has been in that spot lately. He and Aoki have shared the duties in the leadoff spot, with Ricky Weeks dropping down into the 2-hole. And a little flare into shallow center field. That ball will fall. A base hit. Morgan starting to get his hits now after a very slow start. He makes a lot of contact. That's his 4th hit on the homestand, Rock. He's 4 for 9.
Yeah, and he's starting to take the ball up the middle into the opposite field. Early in the year, he's trying to pull the ball a little bit too much. Didn't hit it all that well. And once again, having good success against Matt Garza. That's his 7th hit in 14 at bats. The other thing that we saw up on that Burger King scouting report, move him around. Garza, not a very good fielding pitcher, so look for the Brewers to maybe drop down some bunts. Get him off the mound, make him throw the baseball a little bit.
Here is Ricky Weeks now with a man on. Weeks continues to scuffle at the plate. However, he is drawing his walks right now. Weeks is currently 3rd in the National League in walks with 22, which I think has Johnny Nair and the Brewers hitting coach encouraged, even though the batting average is low, and Weeks comes into this game with a 164 batting average. The fact that he's taking his walks, I think there's another element to that, though. They'd like to see Ricky maybe a little more aggressive at the plate in the 2-hole specifically.
Yeah, a lot of the strikeouts that Ricky has had this year have been looking. Pitches that the Brewers feel as though last year he was swinging at and getting some 2-out hits. And one thing you have to do against Garza, he's not going to walk many. He's going to be very aggressive with his fastball early in the count. Sometimes you just have to jump all over it, particularly with the success that Garza's had against Milwaukee.
Garza's strikeout to walk ratio a little over 3.5 to 1 currently after his first 5 starts. The big test for Garza will be his command in this game. Starting pitchers are used to pitching every 5th day, and with 11 days of rest, we'll see how sharp Garza will be in these first few frames. This might be the time to get him before he settles in. And Weeks is drilled Garza and let that one get away. Weeks is hit, and the Brewers have 2 on to start the bottom of the first.
There's that command you're talking about. 11 days off, and that got Ricky in the arm and then got him in the leg. Hit him twice. So trying to come inside, not even close.
Second time this year Weeks has been hit by a pitch. That sets the stage for Ryan Braun. Braun is really swinging the bat well. Comes into play with 10 homers. That's tied for second in the National League. Has a .670 slugging percentage, which is good enough for third. Among league leaders in extra base hits. Remember, Braun had that tight Achilles, still nursing that to some degree. He was sick earlier in the season for about 8 days. Played through it for the most part. Since April 21st, Ryan Braun has hit 9 home runs. That covers 16 games. 9 homers, 16 RBIs in that stretch.
Yeah, since that game that Ryan hit 3 home runs at Petco, the only Brewer to hit a home run other than Ryan has been East Turris.
That'd be the last guy you'd think would hit a home run.
Right, so the Brewers have been in somewhat of a home run drought, except for Braun.
So that's what it looks like on the home run leaderboard right now. Matt Kemp is the leader in the National League with 12. He's gone a while without a home run, though, a little over a week. And then you have Braun and Beltran and Jay Bruce. Bruce collected a couple of his here at Miller Park.
And a little bit of a delay. The scoreboard was lit up like a Roman candle. Tough to see back there.
Powerball home run leaderboard. See what Braun with 10. Corey Hart still sitting on 6. Guitarist and Weeks both in the lineup here tonight. How's the scoreboard? We back operational?
You're good.
Okay, nice. It's a beautiful scoreboard, by the way. Braun fouls it away. So we're talking about Braun and his recent success. Cut that in half and go to his last 8 games. A .438 average and 6 of his 10 home runs coming in the last 8 overall. 10 runs batted in. Had a homer on Wednesday. Gave the Brewers some life in the 9th inning. Came up a run short, though. Did Milwaukee against Cincinnati.
Yeah, when he's swinging the bat well, there is not a hitter more difficult to pitch to than Ryan Braun. Not only just to pitch to, he hits everything in any location, but tough to defend. He'll go line to line on you, and that's why he's such a good hitter.
Well, big spot early for the Brew Crew. They could use a good start tonight. 2 on, nobody out. A single by Morgan. Weeks reached on a hit by pitch and a good block behind the plate. Man, was that a good play by Wellington Castillo.
Yeah.
Garza has one of the toughest sliders in the game, and they're tough when they're in the dirt for a catcher.
Yeah, that's the strikeout slider, the one that goes pretty much straight down. He'll throw a get me over slider that goes a little bit more across. So Castillo has a couple of different sliders to contend with tonight, and a lot of times Garza will throw either one on his own. He's not going to know what is coming a lot of times.
Garza looked like he might be checking out a blister on his finger. We'll have to watch that. And that one misses. Ryan Braun draws the walk. Garza again checks on his hand. And the bases are loaded with nobody out in the first inning.
Well, Garza being very careful with Braun. He started him out with a slider for strike 1, and he's really having a tough time coming inside. If you lay off that pitch inside, which he seems not to be able to command, there's one right there. And then he tried to get him with a couple of sliders, and Ryan being very patient, able to load the bases with a walk.
Garza taking a lot of time between pitches here. In some serious early trouble. A hit batter, and a walk. And now Aramis Ramirez, the former Cub, hoping to do some damage to his old team. Yeah, he's missing badly. And Rock immediately after that last pitch to Braun, he went to the rosin bag.
Man, a lot of times you have a guy looking at his finger. He's concerned about a blister, a hot spot perhaps on one of his, the index finger or the middle finger.
Yeah, Ramirez chased one.
that slider off the corner, unwilling to throw Ramirez a fastball on a 1-0 count. Aramis will ambush that fastball when he gets it.
He's always been a good hitter with the bases loaded. That's when he has thrived as one of the prime run producers for any team he's played on. Garza's missing badly. This could be a very short start for Matt Garza, the way it is beginning right here.
Yeah, well, you remember that start that Lincecum had against Milwaukee back in San Francisco. His first 2 innings, he couldn't find the play. Then he came out in the third, was able to right the ship. Point being, you have to take advantage when the guy's having a tough time.
Quick trip to the mound by Castillo. Garza has not allowed a run in the first inning of any of his 5 starts. Really just the one bad start, as Rock mentioned, that 6 earned run game against the Marlins. Other than that, he's given up 2 or fewer in his other 4. 2 balls and a strike on Aramis Ramirez. Missed inside. 3-1. Bases loaded. Morgan had a little flare single to center. Ricky Weeks was hit by a pitch, and Braun drew the walk. Aramis sitting on 17 runs batted in. Second to Braun in the starting lineup today. Oh, he pops this one foul and out of play. And Garza still has not thrown one in the strike zone against Ramirez, and yet has a 3-2 count.
Yeah, it looked like he gave him a cutter. 84 miles an hour, took a little bit off and had Ramirez reaching for it.
Already 17 pitches for Garza. Nobody out in the first inning. And the fire burning hot for the Brew Crew. Bouncing ball, got a chance for 2 here, to second for 1, and the Cubs turn a double play. A run will score, but that's best case scenario for Matt Garza.
Well, Ramirez got ahead in the count 3-1. It was obvious Garza wasn't about to challenge him with a fastball early in the count. He got Ramirez to chase that slider, got him back into the count, and then finally on a 3-1 pitch took a little bit off right there. Looked like a cutter at 84, and then he finally gave him the fastball down the middle. Really no choice. But the Cubs able to turn the double play.
No RBI for Ramirez. A run scores for Milwaukee. Cubs will gladly take the 2 outs in exchange for the run as Corey Hart shows bunt and takes ball 1. That's kind of been at the heart of the Brewers' struggles. You got a pitcher having a hard time with his command. Ramirez, who has always been a free swinger, not pleased with that at bat. Hard hitting .231 to start play today with 6 homers, 13 driven in. A notoriously streaky hitter, Corey Hart.
There's a good take right there. Yeah, Corey in the middle of a rush stretch right now. Almost hit one out to tie the game on Wednesday. As that slider goes straight down. Good take by Hart.
Hart looking for his first hit on the homestand. 2-2. It's been an RBI drought for Corey Hart as well. Got to go back to the 25th of April to find his last ribbing. He has Weeks at third base. 2 outs. Here's the 2-2. And a liner right to Castro. And the Cubs get out of it. Garza works through a mess. Brewers get 1 as we go to the second. Bases loaded, nobody out. Just one. It's on the board for now as we head to the second. And Randy Wolf, who posted a 3-up, 3-down first inning, and now he'll deal with one of the big surprises in baseball, Brian LaHair. LaHair comes in with a .384 batting average, second in the National League in hitting. He has hit 8 home runs, which is 5th best, and he's driven in 18. Massive numbers by the big left-handed hitter.
Man, he's very patient at the plate. I guess one goes with the other, doesn't it? You swing at strikes, which LaHair's been able to do. He's got the batting average and the on-base percentage to go with it.
No, and this is his challenge. I think Dale Swaim giving him a chance against a left-handed starter to see if he in fact can be an everyday player.
Yeah, this is only his 12th at bat against a left-handed pitcher. He's 2 for 11. And he is wearing out right-handers though.
Matt Kemp is the league's leading hitter coming into play today. The Dodgers center fielder hitting .385. LaHair just 1 percentage point off that mark. That's where he stands. A lot of gaudy averages at this point of the year. LaHair also leads the National League in on base percentage. And he's second in slugging percentage. And you do the math, you throw his OPS together.
Pretty good.
He's leading the league.
29 years old. He's no spring chicken in his first year.
He was a AAA All-Star last year, playing for the I-Cubs in Des Moines. Pops this one up. Long run for Morgan. Weeks is out, and Ricky makes the catch. As we check in with the third member of our team, Mark Kincannon. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing great, BA. Our Farmers Insurance report card. The last 11 games, Brewers starting pitchers faring much better than the previous 20, especially at ERA and opponent batting average. Gallardo and Greinke back-to-back gems the last 2 games. And guys, Ron Renicky says he told me tonight that the team really needs big efforts from the starting pitchers as the offense looks to heat up.
Well, the pitching is certainly going to carry this ball club, and if they are going to turn it around and make a run like they did last year, and it is ironic that the record's very similar now as compared to last season. It's hard to put yourself in a hole and keep playing the kind of baseball to get out of it, but you know the Brewers know they have plenty of time, and it's a day-by-day process. But Rock, they start the day 7 back of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Soriano skies one out to Corey Hart.
Yeah, tied for last in the NL Central with the Chicago Cubs. Tell you what a start on Wednesday against the Cincinnati Reds for Zach Greinke. I mean, 8 strong innings, did not allow a run, walked nobody, and just continued to pile up the strikeouts. You talk about a guy that had everything working for him. The fastball riding up in the zone, getting the strikeout. The slider was very good. So just when you need a big start from one of your starting pitchers, Zach Greinke delivered, as Mark Kincannon mentioned. 2 very good starts back-to-back in that Red series with Gallardo and Greinke.
Greinke and Johnny Cueto hooked up in a dandy on Wednesday afternoon. Neither deserved to lose the game. Neither factored in the decision. But for the first time, Zach Greinke's team at Miller Park lost a game that he started. Joe Mather at the plate for the Cubs. He had a game winner earlier this year against St. Louis, hitting .286, couple of home runs and 6 runs batted in. Ian Stewart is the left-handed version at third base for Dale Swaim. Swaim has a lot of lefties on his bench tonight.
Yeah, 3 starters out of the lineup: Giovanni Soto, Ian Stewart, David DeJesus.
And the lone lefty who stays is Brian LaHair. You can understand why. Start the day with the Cardinals at the top of the division, 20 wins, 11 losses. Cincinnati is behind them, 16-14. Cubs and the Brewers trying to stay out of the cellar by themselves. They come in with the identical record here tonight. Right now it's St. Louis, Cincinnati, Houston, and Pittsburgh share the same record, 14-17. And then the Cubs and the Brewers. The 3-2 pitch is off the plate. Didn't miss by much. And the first base runner for Chicago.
Hey, for $18, see the Brewer Crew and the Zoo get one ticket to select Brewers games, one 2012 admission ticket to the Milwaukee County Zoo, and a t-shirt. Visit brewers.com/zoo.
So a man on, first base runner for Chicago. First walk issued by Randy Wolf as he faces Wellington Castillo, the Cubs catcher. Well, last year the Brewers started 13-19. That was their low water mark. 6 games under and 5.5 back at the time last year.
And the beginning of the year this year, just nothing really was in sync for Milwaukee. The pitching, the defense, the offense. Well, all of a sudden the starting pitching is starting to come around, and you got to believe at some point that the guys in that Brewers lineup are going to start hitting and driving in some runs. I mean, they've done it throughout their careers. Corey Hart, Ramirez, and Ricky Weeks. Those are the 3 guys that really have to start getting going. Corey got off to a great start, but is cooled off quite a bit as of late.
See the fans still pouring into Miller Park. Great fan support here. And the players are certainly hoping to get things going a little better for them. Down and into Castillo. You know, think about last year's slow start. The Brewers ended up winning 83 games the rest of the season. They had the best record after that 13-19 start at 83-47 en route to a 96 win year. But the players and Ron Renicky, the manager, would be the first to tell you last year's over. They've got to start putting some pieces together. But I do like the way the manager very matter-of-factly, very calmly told us today, I suspect we'll get things going. Our pitching's starting to come around.
Right.
I mean, he's very businesslike in his approach, and he sees the game and is hoping that the pitching can lead the way. There's a base hit. Castillo finds a hole, and on his way to third base is Joe Mather. So the Cubs putting together a little rally with 2 outs. First and third with 2 away as Castillo delivers the first hit.
And they've got a fastball down in the strike zone, outer half, and able to sneak it out of the reach of his tourist. So after a 2-out walk, Castillo with the base hit, bringing Darwin Barney, the number 8 hitter, to the plate with a man at third and 2 outs.
You will see a lot of shifting, a lot of moving of infielders with both of these teams. Dale Swaim has taken a lot of that strategy to Chicago, strategy that he saw firsthand with Ron Renicky last year, and also a strategy that Swaim and Theo Epstein, the president, the general manager Jed Hoyer, very sabermetric in their approach with infield shifts. So it's 2 organizations that mirror each other in that regard as far as, you know, the scouting reports, the numbers, the spray charts.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of teams doing the big exaggerated shifts these days. The Brewers, you know, were the first, I mean, I guess you would say last year, and everybody asking the questions last year, but you see it more around baseball than you ever did. And I think that's one of the reasons, I think, amongst a lot of different reasons, why perhaps offense is down this year again. Well, it used to be a base hit, you know, a 2-hopper smash up the middle. It used to be a hit. A lot of times those are outs today because of the defensive alignment.
Barney pulls one foul. And the count at a ball and 2 strikes. Darwin Barney, the Cubs second baseman. Hitting just .248 this year. He's off to a very sluggish start. Cubs had hoped he would be a top of the order hitter. Typically in the 2 spot is where he has been in the batting order for the Cubs. Shoots one foul to the right side. Nice pick by the ball boy.
That was a one hopper.
That might have saved a couple of teeth.
Check it out. Sign him up. Well done.
Playing it off the wall.
Nice.
Made it look easy, didn't he? Got a perfectly fitting helmet. Ball and 2 strikes against Barney. Randy Wolf trying to work through a scoreless second here with runners at the corners. Retired the first 2 hitters. Barney pops it up. Will it stay playable? It'll be close. And that one bounces off the dugout.
Yeah, hard to tell which way the wind's blowing. You know, here at Miller Park, you don't have the flags flying here at the ballpark. Usually it swirls. You got a swirling wind in this ballpark, and the jet streams are ordinarily out to the gaps, regardless of the way the wind's blowing outside. Looked like the wind kind of pushed that one into foul territory.
Wolf just missing. Yeah, there is some wind out there. Some gusts blowing earlier today, and the result. I'm trying to find something to show me anything that will show the result of the wind. I've never really noticed that before, but maybe the trees over there beyond the building.
That doesn't tell you what's going on in here, though.
The ripple tells a sad tale, Rob. Now it's 3-2. There's something.
There you go.
Does that help you out?
That doesn't help you with respect to how the wind's blowing here. It is blowing out the left if we didn't have a stadium.
Blowing towards the lake, right?
Right.
Would that be a south breeze, maybe? Southwest breeze? I don't know. Well, suddenly a stressful pitch coming early for Randy Wolf.
Hey, you want to be careful. You got Garza on deck. You know, not much with the bat. Of course, anybody's dangerous with a bat in their hands. Barney putting up a good fight here in this at bat.
3 balls, 2 strikes with runners at the corners. And Barney fouls another one off.
Yeah, pitch number 9 coming to the Cubs' number 8 hitter.
Just what you want a 8th place hitter to do, give you a battle. Do it again. 3-2. Slow curve pulled foul. That's the one thing that Randy Wolf lacks. I mean, he can be successful with his stuff, but he doesn't necessarily have that strikeout pitch.
Well, a lot of times it is going to be the curveball. As long as he keeps it down in the zone, he left that one up a little bit. And that gives the hitter a chance.
Coming with a fastball here, and Barney fouls that one back. Man, he is on everything. Wolf has thrown him every pitch he's had. 10 pitches in the at-bat.
The other strikeout pitch that Randy has a lot of times is that lockout pitch on the inside corner, the cut fastball the hitter will take.
Try a changeup. Barney lifts that one to left. Braun going back, and he's got it. Ryan Braun makes the catch. And Wolf is out of the inning after a battle with Darwin Barney. 11 pitches and a line drive out. A scoreless second for the Cubs.
I don't care if we're in last place or where we are. We need to play better baseball. We keep playing like this. We want to win the division. I don't care about finishing 6th or 5th or 4th. I want to win the division or get a wild card and get in there somehow. So no, this series doesn't. I just know we need to start playing good baseball, and wherever it starts, that's fine.
And a manager who is a stickler for the fundamentals. His feathers have been ruffled early here. Ron Renicky. 1-0 Brewers. We welcome you back. Friday Night Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Kawasaki Terex. Matt Garza escaped a bit of a mess in the first inning. Had the bases loaded with nobody out. A key double play ball off the bat of Aramis Ramirez. The Brewers were able to score 1 run in the first. Corey Hart lined out to end the inning. So now it's Taylor Green to lead off the bottom of the second. We'll check it. George Kataris to lead off. Taylor Green is on deck. I beg your pardon. And Garza starts it with a slow breaking ball. Kataris comes in with a .310 batting average. Has 3 homers, 9 driven in just 29 at bats. He continues to be a valuable hitter, both in the starting lineup when Randy Wolf pitches or coming off the bench.
At the 9 hits, 11 walks, an on-base percentage at .500. So a very patient hitter at the plate, whether he starts or comes off the bench.
7 of his 29 at-bats have been pinch hit at-bats, and he's 3 for 7. Big cut. And it's 2-2.
And Matt Garza, when he's right, he'll throw in the mid-90s, 94 to 96, right there. A 92-mile-per-hour fastball. It just does not appear to be the same Matt Garza that we saw at Wrigley Field. Understandably so.
Well, he's adopted a little bit of the glove waggle that his teammate Ryan Dempster is. Not as extreme as Dempster, but Garza still tries to get the hitter off the grip of the pitch in his glove. By the way, Ryan Dempster is the National League leader in earned run average right now. As Kataris whistles one to center field. That ball's hit well, but playing deep Reed Johnson, and he makes a catch for out number 1. Well, this MLB on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Club of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Well, with 1 away, here is Taylor Green now. Green getting another start at first base. Back-to-back starts at first. He's 2 for 9 in the big leagues this year. Began the season in AAA Nashville. Green, the minor league player of the year last year with the Brewers. He's always been able to hit. He hit .336 a year ago, splitting time between Huntsville and Nashville, AA and AAA.
Going to get a lot of opportunities at first base, and really never played much first base in the minor leagues. So on the job training at the major league level, not easy thing to do.
Well, Green's a pretty versatile fielder. He's not a great fielder wherever he goes, but his bat is why he's in the lineup. We've seen him play second, third. He can play the outfield. He can hit. At least he's shown he can hit in the minor leagues.
And the subtleties of playing different positions. You're out of position. You're playing a position that you're not used to. Cutoffs and how far to range in the hole and get back to first base, and bunt plays and things like that. A lot of times, you change positions and you think a lot about those things. instead of, your at bats when you're in the dugout. Some players handle it pretty well, others don't.
Which is why Renicky has said he wants to give him some starts here, give him a little time to settle in and get comfortable. Green launches that one foul. Taylor was off to a bit of a slow start in AAA at the time of his promotion. He takes the roster spot of Carlos Gomez, whose hamstring injury put him on the 15-day DL. Green was hitting .287 with a homer and 7 RBIs in Nashville. Gomez is coming along just fine. Actually, if they had a 7-day DL for that kind of injury, they do have a 7-day DL for a concussion, but not for the other injuries. But Carlos would have been on that. He's ready to go. They just didn't want to take any chances because speed is his game, and a guy with a hamstring injury needs a little extra time.
I mean, if you one of those things where it's like 5 days and you keep him on the roster and you put him in the game, I mean, he could just rip that thing to shreds, and you miss him for maybe 2 months. But hey, he was taking batting practice today and looking good in the batting cage, but they haven't turned him loose on the bases yet.
Gomez was hurt on the last road trip. He was placed on the DL on May 5th. Full count to Green. Fouls that one away. Like Darwin Barney, Green's a guy who can give you a long battle at the plate as well.
Yeah, just about every at bat the Brewers have had has been a long one for Matt Garza. It has not been easy on him so far tonight. You get a lot of long at bats and guys fouling off pitches. You just don't have that crispness to your pitches, particularly your breaking ball. A lot of times when a hitter, fouling them, a bunch of them off, they see it pretty well. They're just missing a little bit.
And finally, Garza puts him away. A strikeout for Matt Garza as Green comes up empty. Now the Cubs pitching staff, specifically their starters, have been very good lately. You see, since the 21st of April, no team in baseball has a better ERA than the Chicago Cubs. You got Ryan Dempster leading the league in earned run average with a 1.02 ERA. Garza comes in with an ERA of 2.67.
The starters have been good. Dale Swaim changed his closer. That has worked out pretty well. Rafael Dolis, the closer for the Cubs now. Carlos Marmol, the setup man.
How about during that stretch in those 17 games, an opponent batting average under 200 at 193. And that's why the Cubs are starting to play a little better baseball. They haven't lost a series in the last 5 series they played. They've gone 3 winning series and 2 split series in that time. And Cesar Izturis cues one foul for a 1-1, make it 1-2 count.
And stretches like that begin and end with pitching. I mean, that's no surprise. Good pitching. You don't have to score many runs.
Izturis pops it up. Castro is back. Johnson will call him off at a 1-2-3 inning for Matt Garza. To the third we go at Miller Park. 1-0 Crew. Canada TV with Taylor Green and our Canadian assistant general manager Gord Ash. You like that segue? That was nice.
Very, very well played. Yes.
Gord Ash is with us, and we're anxious to get into some of the activity going on in the minor leagues, but always good to see you. I'm kind of anxious to know, before we get into what's happening down on the farm, from your perspective, the front office perspective, the kind of start. I know you guys are frustrated, but moving forward, what's the plan of attack here?
Well, the plan of attack is to play good baseball and win some ball games. But, you know, you have a rough start, and, you know, the quality of player is here, and certainly we've had our share of injuries, but you need to continue to work through that, and we have a lot of confidence in the players we have here, and we're looking for better days ahead.
Well, we heard the news earlier this week as Garza strikes out. A quick out for Randy Wolf. Doug Melvin signing a contract extension. Any news on the Gord Ash contract extension at this point?
It's highly confidential. Can't be discussed.
That's the first thing we thought of, the coaching staff and Doug's staff in the baseball ops. But it does speak to the stability and the success that you guys have put together.
And it's great for Doug and certainly for the organization. Continuity, I believe, is very important. And I think that we'll reap the benefit of that in due course.
You know, Gord, what we saw in spring training, a lot of talent, a lot of depth in the minor leagues. I guess you guys didn't figure you were going to test it this early in the season this year. You got some guys from the minor leagues up here.
No, not at all, especially in the middle of the infield. Shortstop's such a tough position these days throughout baseball, and to have some depth there as we've had with Caesar, and then be able to move Jeff Bianchi to AAA. And we signed Tommy Manzella the other day, who just happened to get released, and we were on the phone at the right time and we're able to sign him for our AA. So we do have some depth, and we're happy about that. But you know, it's difficult when you're in a situation like we're in to maintain significant depth. You have some, but you can't. If we sustain another injury, it would create a real problem.
Yeah, I don't think people realize, you know, the trickle down effect that, you know, injuries like this in the major leagues have on the lower minor leagues. You bring up guys from AAA, and all of a sudden AA comes up to AAA, and walk us through that. That's got to be a mess.
Yeah, it's certainly challenging, can be challenging, but as I said, in this particular circumstance, we just happen to have the right players in process. We were able to move Andy Gonzalez, who was a third baseman that we had at AA, up to fill in for Taylor Green, and we were able to move Bianchi up to shortstop. So those players were in place, and because of the proximity of our Huntsville and Nashville club, one of the benefits we have, they're about 2 hours apart by road, so it's easier to move those players around than it is if you had to go cross country, for instance.
Visiting with Gord Ash, assistant to the general manager for the Brewers, assists Doug Melvin, and handles a good part of the minor league system. You've been around this game a long time. You've been a former GM in Toronto. Have you ever seen 3 season-ending injuries like the Brewers just sustained? Basically, 2 of those 3 on one road trip.
No, I've never seen anything like that, and you know, it's a real tough go certainly for the players involved, but for the club, and I think only now probably are we getting into that situation where they're coming to grips with the reality, and we're playing with what we have. And as I said earlier, we're still confident in the kind of talent that we do have.
Now Wolf strikes out Reed Johnson. Well, we've seen some names pop up as the month of April concluded. The Brewers named their minor league players of the month. And Hunter Morris, first baseman, hitting at a .303 average. And then you've got Drew Gagnon and Hiram Burgess.
Well done.
Yeah. Not Gagne, but Gagnon.
Gagnon.
Now, what would be the French-Canadian pronunciation?
That would be Gagnon.
Yeah, there you go. A lot of people would make that mistake, not my partner.
If I'm not mistaken, Gagnon, he pitched the game here at Miller Park.
He did. It was an exciting game, 3-0 win. He pitched very, very well. He's got a lot of know-how. You know, I can't say that he has dominating stuff, but he knows how to pitch, as his co-winner does, Hiram Burgos. Also not a guy with plus velocity, but has that knack to know how to pitch and set up hitters and get them out. So we're very pleased with what those 2 accomplished. And on the hitting side with Morris, he was a 4th-round pick for us 2 years ago, and he's done a nice job as he's moved up the ladder and one of the offensive forces that we have at our AA club, who last night moved into first place in their division in the Southern Leagues, and along with our Wisconsin team, who are also in first place. We're having a pretty good early start here to the minor league system.
Yeah, it's fun to pop up some of these names. And I remember Hiram Burgos, who he carried a no-hitter into the, I believe, the 9th inning as Wolf walks Jeff Baker. And base runner. So that was the near no-hitter by Burgos, and then there was a no-hitter with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers, a combined no-hitter. Chad Thompson started, Mark Williams finished, and the 4th no-hitter in Timber Rattlers history. And it's always a thrill to be able to see a moment like that, an opportunity to go the distance for a no-hitter. We're going to see those guys, aren't we?
Maybe, they're going to be here tomorrow and be honored before the game. One of the benefits of having our farm team so close here in Appleton to Miller Park, they can come by for recognition like that. So they'll be here tomorrow, and unusual to have a no-hitter like that when you have 2 pitchers. In fact, Thompson, who's a young pitcher that we have high hopes for. In fact, he was a very highly touted high school pitcher, but came up with a Tommy John injury and fell in the draft a little bit out of junior college, and we're fortunate to have him, and we feel really good about his future. And then to have somebody come in on the back end of a 5-inning start and continue that trend is really something significant. So we'll be happy to honor them tomorrow here at Miller Park.
Yeah, the first question you had when you see 5 innings, no hits, how do you take a guy out like that? But that's kind of the plan, right?
It was the plan going in, pitch count. He's just coming out of extended spring, coming back from a little bit of tenderness that he had in spring training, and we hope that he stays healthy and certainly give us indication of what he can do when he's right.
Randy Wolf facing Starlin Castro, and he flares one into right, shatters his bat, but again the Cubs with 2 away, putting together a little rally here with 2 on. Take another look. Castro just finds his hits, doesn't he, Rock?
Yes, he does. I mean, this pitch, not a bad one, a little bit out over the plate. I think he tried to come inside on Castro, but an effective pitch. Castro breaks his bat, but again, the guy's a big league hitter, hitting almost 350, and he's going to get his hits when pitches are up in the zone.
So 2 on for Chicago with Brian LaHare at the plate. Here's a guy that Gord knows well, and a guy who took advantage of his opportunity, at least in the early going. A AAA player last year. Well, what a season he is having for the Chicago Cubs as he swings to the first pitch. Taylor Green in a new position makes the play to end the inning. More with Gord Ash when we continue from Miller Park. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Beautiful night in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The roof is open. The Brewers have the lead over their I-94 rival, the Cubs, 1-0. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder. Gord Ash is here, the Brewers assistant general manager, getting into a lot of topics, talking injuries, talking minor leagues, and as Randy Wolf will lead it off against Matt Garza. But what would be the overall picture, Gord, as we get this inning started of the minor league system? From what I'm hearing, you guys are pitching rich now, especially at the lower levels of the minor leagues.
And I thought you'd never hear that about the Brewers, right? But we do have a lot of pitching right now. There's no question about it. Our scouts, under the leadership of Bruce Side, have really focused on pitching here the last couple of years, and we're starting again to see some benefit from that. Not to say there aren't some quality position players, but you know, for years we had a lot of position players here that people saw come through the ranks, and a lot of them are here on the field tonight. But we haven't had a lot of our own pitching to showcase, and we're now to that point where we're very confident that in the next couple of years, and maybe even before that, you're going to see some quality homegrown pitchers here as well.
After the trades, CC Sabathia, of course, Zach Greinke, those were trades that brought in a great harvest, but also emptied out a big part of the minor league system. But these recent drafts, and specifically the draft last year with Taylor Youngman and Jet Bradley, maybe you can just walk us through what we're seeing here. Tyler Thornburg's in Double-A, and then you've got the next three in Single-A Brevard County.
Yeah, Thornburg's in Double-A. Probably at some point later this season will pitch at Triple-A. He's on a fast track. He came to big league camp with us this year. He has a quality fastball. He's mid-90s with a great 12-6 curveball. So he's the kind of guy that can move quick and has done a great job at Double-A. In fact, took a perfect game late into the 8th or 9th inning a couple of weeks ago. And I saw him last week myself in Huntsville. He didn't have one of his best performances, but even not with all his best stuff, still dominated the game. So he's somebody we're very high on. Jimmy Nelson at the Class A Brevard. And the Brevard club as a whole is second in the Florida State League in team ERA. So that's really what makes their club tick, is their quality of pitching. And you know, Youngman and Bradley, new to the organization this year, first-round picks last year, but didn't play. Bradley did in the Arizona Fall League. So this is really their first full taste of everyday baseball at the professional level, and they've both adjusted very well. Of course, Bradley the left-hander and Youngman the right-hander, and you know, they're right now. In fact, Lee Tunnell was in today discussing our minor league pitching coordinator. What is our strategy going forward for the rest of the year? And as it stands right now, they'll probably stay in the Florida State League and get their feet on the ground, have a lot of good quality Class A innings, and then go to Instructional League in the fall, and then hopefully bigger and better things next year.
Yeah, one of the guys we saw in spring training, kind of a tough luck scenario, the lefty Perez. He had a punctured lung, I think it was. Understand he's throwing the baseball pretty well.
Yeah, he is very well. They minor league pickup, free agent pickup from Philadelphia. Pitched in the big leagues a little bit last year. He's got a real funky delivery. Not somebody you could really call a specific left-hand or left-on-left matchup, but you know, he's unique in his delivery. He's got a decent fastball, and he's had good success so far at AAA once he got healthy.
Yeah, you talk about the pitching, but a good amount of good outfielders down in the minor leagues. I mean, Logan Schaefer and Caleb Gindel and those kind of guys. I mean, they were a lot of fun to watch in spring training.
Yeah, and they've gotten off to a bit of a slow start, and that does happen when players are on the cusp of making the major leagues and they're sent back. And you know, this game is so mental, and they're trying each at bat to impress everybody. So until they get themselves back to square one, both mentally and physically, they're going to be fine. They're good, talented players. And then even at the Double-A level, when you look at somebody like a Kentrell Davis, who came and filled in at big league camp this year on occasion and really played well. So, you know, the outfield is in good hands. We have a couple of good infielders, Scooter Gannett, that we like a lot, second baseman at Huntsville, and you know, Jeff Bianchi is someone that was in big league camp as well, and he's now the shortstop at AAA, and he's played very well, a very intelligent and instinctive player. So, you know, there's a lot of pluses to what's going on in our minor league system these days, and you know, hopefully we're not going to need them. We're done in terms of injuries I'm talking about here. But,
you promise?
But certainly from a depth standpoint, we're in pretty good shape that way.
Well, it also sets the organization up for a possible trade if you're in a pennant race, and the minor league system is so important. And I'm sure it's very satisfying for you to sit here today in 2012 and to see homegrown talent come up and you know, become all-stars like they've been. Guys like Ricky Weeks and Ryan Braun, and the Brewers have produced some amazing talent position player-wise. Giovanni Gallardo is a homegrown pitcher, and the Brewers in a position to maybe see a few more here in the short term. I saw the Mets the other day. They started an entire lineup, their 9 players, all from their minor league system, and that's got to make you guys feel great when you produce major league
Well,
talent.
it does. It certainly gives a great feeling to the scouts who sign the players and the player development staff who help develop these players. But it really is, in today's baseball, a necessity for you to be able to have the core of your club homegrown, and you fill in your spots with free agents.
Weeks flies one to right, and there is out number 2.
Now, it's well known around here, you're kind of the gatekeeper of all the information on injuries. And any information that's disseminated goes through Gord Ash's office. And how is Carlos Gomez coming along?
He's coming along very, very well. In fact, I suspect, we haven't discussed this yet, but I suspect a rehab assignment is not too far away, where he can get out and play while he finishes off the last few days of his rehab assignment. You know, it's one of these situations where you're better to attack this situation, get him. If you let it go and it dwindles or goes on throughout the summer months, then you're always continuing looking at this. So I think the best decision was made. Put him on the DL, get him 100% healthy, and hopefully we'll see him back within his 15 days.
Especially since that's his game. I mean, running.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it's an integral part. We know what it's done for us in the past, and what he can do late in the game on the bases, and what he can do for us in center field as a defender.
Now, we saw Carlos earlier today. Carlos Gomez out with a hamstring injury, taking batting practice, getting back into baseball drills, and maybe coming to a minor league ballpark near you very soon.
It's always an interesting development when we have a major league player to go on rehab. We get a lot of calls on, I think he should come here, or what about him coming here? So we'll take all that under advisement. But of course, one of the benefits again of having the Appleton club so close is the convenience of having your players rehab there as well.
Now visiting with Gord Ash, assistant general manager of the Brewers, as Ryan Braun is up with 2 away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Braun. Garza misses away. Brewers had the bases loaded in the first inning with nobody out. They managed 1 run in that first. A key double play ball from Garza off the bat of Ramirez. So now we'll see if Braun can stay hot and give the Brewers a quick strike in this 3rd inning. Braun drafted in 2005. He was in the big leagues in 07, the rookie of the year in 07, and then last year the National League MVP. I love that story you guys tell about the decisions that were going on between, what was it, Cameron Maben and Ryan Braun and Troy Tulowitzki
and Alex Gordon, Zimmerman.
What a great draft that was.
You might not have gone wrong with any of those players, but clearly we're happy with the choice that was made, and the difference in significance that Ryan's made to our club.
A lot of great talent in that 2005 draft.
It really had to be tempting with the spring training that Ryan had in 07 to bring him up right away and start the season, but you guys decided to hold off, and that's pretty much the organizational philosophy, right? You don't want to rush a guy too early.
No, you can make some mistakes, significant mistakes, rushing your players, and you like to give them their due development time.
Now Braun bounces out to end the inning. Brewers strand a base runner. Gord, thanks. Great to have you. Thanks for the update.
Thank you.
Always great to hear those names from the minor leagues. Maybe we'll see them real soon here in the big leagues. Lead the Cubs 1-0. We head to the fourth inning. Wolf and Matt Garza. It's been a game of missed opportunities for both teams. The Cubs have stranded 4 on. They left 2 on in the second, 2 more last inning in the third. All of those base runners came with 2 outs in the inning, however. It looked like the Brewers were ready to deliver a knockout punch to Matt Garza in the first. The bases loaded, nobody out. His first start in 11 days. Well, he was looking at his finger, maybe a possible blister, but he's settled down.
He's throwing well. Throwing 4 different pitches for strikes now. Randy Wolf is really starting to drop that curveball in for strikes on a more regular basis. That started his last time out. He really needs that pitch to be effective. It really sets up his fastball.
Soriano hitting 5th today, and he fouls that one back.
You throw that curveball for strikes like he just did to Soriano. All of a sudden, the hitter not sure what's coming. He might get the curveball again at about 70 miles an hour, or then he's able to throw the fastball and get it by him a little bit late. He's not throwing it for strikes. That's not going to work.
Saw that 32 pitch second inning for Randy Wolf. 11 of those pitches came against one batter, Darwin Barney, who finally lined out with 2 on. It's been a key at bat so far in this game. Boy, that one didn't miss by much. Wow, Randy Wolf rarely shows that kind of emotion on the mound, and now the home plate umpire Lance Barksdale is getting it from the Brewers dugout.
I think it might have gone around the plate. George Gutierrez caught it on the corner, but the way that pitch broke, it was close. Tough pitch to take.
So the 2-2 is bounce foul.
Not so much of a good eye by Soriano as it is just completely fooled by the pitch. Wasn't going to swing at it regardless.
Popped him up. Shallow right. Corey Hart eases in. And there is out number 1.
And let's check out our GMC keys to the game. A good opportunity for Milwaukee in the first. A hit batter, a walk. Ramirez grounds into a double play. It plates a run, no RBI, and Corey Hart hit one hard, but right at Starlin Castro. Randy Wolf has thrown 3+ scoreless innings, a couple of strikeouts, a couple of hits. Both teams have had opportunities, but it's just 1-0 Brewers.
So 1 away for Wolf, and here is Joe Mather. Mather walked in the second inning. Both of Randy Wolf's walks have come with 2 outs. He walked Mather in the second, and then a free pass to Jeff Baker in the third. And both of those walks were followed up with hits. But Wolf has been able to pitch out of the 2 jams. Tore the hide right off the baseball, didn't he? Pitcher would love to have that ball back.
Yeah. That baby would dance all the way to home plate. And that's the thing about those cupped bats. You take a little bit out of the end of it. Eliminate some of the useless weight. And it's kind of a sharp point, and it'll cut that baseball.
Yeah, Wolf, good down and in breaking ball there to strike out Joe Mather. And that is the 3rd strikeout for Randy Wolf. Leads us to our AT&T trivia question. Who is the only person to have played for the Milwaukee Braves and managed the Milwaukee Brewers on a full-time basis? That's a good question. Timely question. Now 2 gone for Wellington Castillo, the Cubs catcher. Castillo just 1 for 12 at the plate this year. That's a sinking liner. Braun lays out and brings it home. Braun got a late break, but able to make up for it. What a catch. And a 3-up, 3-down 4th inning. Braun flashing a little leather on his way out. Fourth inning, 3 up and 3 down, and a beautiful catch by Ryan Braun to end the frame.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat, it froze Ryan for just a second, but good speed, able to make up for it and get it in the glove. The first thing that hits is the glove. If the elbow hits, good chance that ball will shake loose. Good technique by Braun. He glove first, then body, and it stays in the glove.
Kept his elbow off the ground, and Randy Wolf applauds that. The Brewers have been playing very good defense, especially outfield defense on this homestand. So Randy Wolf is through 4 innings of shutout baseball, and now it'll be Aramis Ramirez to lead off against Matt Garza, who has settled down nicely since the first. The first batter of the game for the Brewers, Nyjer Morgan, had a flare single in the center field. That's the only hit for Milwaukee. How about the D on this homestand, Rock?
Yeah, they have been playing some pretty good defense for the last couple of weeks. All of a sudden, kind of in the middle of the pack defensively after a very shaky start to the year with the gloves. But lately they've been pretty good. 20 errors for the Brewers, about middle of the pack. Cardinals lead the National League in fielding percentage with only 14 errors.
No balls, 2 strikes on Aramis Ramirez. If you're going to get things put together, it has to start on the mound and with your defense. Hitting comes and goes. Pitching and defense is what'll take you there.
Yeah, the Yankees, the best fielding team in all of baseball. They've committed only 12 errors this year. Jeter and company.
Ramirez chases. That's a foul tip into the mitt of the catcher Castillo, and a strikeout. 4th strikeout for Garza. AT&T trivia question: who is the only person to have played for the Braves and managed the Brewers on a full-time basis? The Milwaukee Braves. And it's Del Crandall, who was inducted into the Milwaukee Braves Hall of Fame here at Miller Park. He played for the Braves in the 50s. Of course, he managed, and fascinating conversation today between Ron Renicky and my partner Bill Schroeder. You guys are connected more ways than one with Del Crandall.
Yeah, and Del Crandall actually sat in my seat with the Brewers 93 and 94. I took over the TV job from Del in 95, but Del Crandall was the manager of the Albuquerque Dukes, the AAA affiliate of the Dodgers back in when I was in the minor leagues.
Corey Hart rifles one into the gap in right center. That's going to go to the wall. And Hart is into second with a stand-up double.
Back-to-back plate appearances for Corey, hitting the ball very hard. Well, you'd love to see this. Hitting a fastball and just drilling it into the opposite field gap for a 1-out double. That's the way to do it. That's the way you start getting better at bats. You let the ball travel and you hit the ball the other way.
Corey Hart safe at second, safe and secure. New York Life. His 8th double of the year. And the Brewers with a runner in scoring position for the first time since the first inning for George Kataris. 1-0 Crew on just the second hit against Matt Garza. Now, Ron Renicky considers Del Crandall one of his primary mentors and speaks very highly of Del Crandall.
Yeah, had a very good playing career. He was a catcher, manager, broadcaster. I mean, that's just the way the position is, right?
All the smartest guys in the world right behind home plate. The tools of brilliance.
Yeah, I think I remember about Del Crandall in the minor leagues in AAA. He was the only manager of the team that did not coach third base. He had a different guy coaching third base. He was in the dugout, and that was unheard of back in those days.
Yeah, that's right. Talking to guys.
Yeah.
Well, Del Crandall and Hank Aaron inducted into the Milwaukee Braves honor roll. Got a nice feature on that fact and that event, which happened yesterday. We'll have that for you Sunday on our Brewers Live pregame show. And Del was here. Ron Renicky attended the proceedings. Those two had a chance to catch up. Let's put it this way. Ron Renicki's not a guy who throws out a lot of hyperbole, not a lot of superlatives, but he brightens up when he talks about Del Crandall.
Right.
He gives him a lot of credit for his own coaching and managerial career.
Yeah, everybody in uniform, whether it's a coach.
Well, Kataris takes a strike on a 3-1 pitch. That'll fill the count.
And he thought it was a ball. And that's Barksdale not making many friends here. That ball, kind of like that Randy Wolf curveball wrapping around the strike zone, and Barksdale gives Garza the call. But everybody down on the field, even umpires, have a certain guy that they credit as really influencing them quite a bit, and their ability to get to the big time.
Now Kataris able to check his swing, and 2 on now for the Brew Crew. With 1 away, Taylor Green is coming up. Just to finish off the thought, there's Mr. Crandall. Rob Edwards was the master of ceremonies. He still looks great in his 80s, his early 80s, and inducted into the Wall of Honor. Now that is kind of on the third base side up here at Miller Park. It's a great spot to go check out some of the names. Just a couple of years ago, Bob Uecker was inducted there, and the playing career of Crandall as a Milwaukee Brave. So that's what they did on an off day. Now they're back at it, and the Brewers trying to add to their lead against Matt Garza. Taylor Green struck out his last time up. It was a good battle, though. Saw a number of pitches. So everything that Garza has. Garza's gone with his curveball against left-handers more often than his slider, which most right-handed pitchers do.
Right. Well, early in the count, especially, first, second pitch, just to get that strike. Not many guys are going to go up there off of Garza looking for a big curveball. If he can throw it for a strike, it can make it tough on you.
There's a breaking ball on the ground. Might be 2. Flip to second for 1. Castro's return. He is in time, and a double play wipes out another Brewers rally. Garza on his game again now.
Presented by Kawasaki Terex. And that leads us to tonight's Tower of the Game winner, the Hitching Post Grill and Sports Bar in Wyawega. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and our good friends at Miller Lite.
Wyawega.
Wyawega.
Up there between Oshkosh and Stevens Point.
That's a big difference. That's a big spread. Just about everything's between those two things.
Milwaukee and Door County. Waiga.
Giving yourself a lot of room for error there, partner.
You know, you just want to make sure we're in the general proximity.
Same state anyway.
Want to zero in too much. Got a good ball game going here. 1-0. The Brewers have the lead. A run that scored on a double play ball in the first inning. No RBI has been distributed in this ball game. 2 key double plays for Matt Garza, snuffing out Brewers rallies. Now Randy Wolf working on a 2-hit shutout. Darwin Barney slaps one into center field, a base hit. And a man on to start the inning. Carsoup.com email the booth question tonight. Kaiden in Slinger wants to know, what do you think about making the fake to third, throw to first play a balk?
In other words, change the rules. I'm not big on changing the rules, but you know, if anything, a balk is anything to the umpire that's considered to deceive the runner. And really, there's no play in baseball that a pitcher will pull off that is more deceiving than that play. Right?
That's exactly what you're trying to do.
I mean, that's the letter of the rule right there. Deception. You can't do that to a base runner. So I guess I've never understood why that's not a balk, but it hasn't been since the days that Alexander Cartwright invented the game. Abner Doubleday, whoever in school thought.
Alexander Cartwright.
Yeah, right. But
some other fella.
Yeah.
Well, it's on the table for discussion. You know, Bud Selig, Commissioner Selig, has put a panel together of former managers and former players.
Well, the thing about that is that you fake the third. You can do that. You can fake the bases other than first base. But the key to that play is that you take your foot off the rubber before you throw to first base. That's the key to that play. I mean, I guess to the letter of the rules, once you take your foot off the pitching rubber, you're not a pitcher anymore. You're a fielder. That's the thinking along those lines.
Be interesting to see what some of the rules come under scrutiny, and that's one of them that they're talking about. And you know, you say it never works. A lot of people who see that play, it always gets booed if it's the opposing team. But I've actually seen it work a couple of times.
Yeah, we all have.
Get an overzealous runner at first base. He's going on the first move.
And there's nothing more embarrassing than being caught on that move when you're at first base. Trust me.
Do you have a first-hand experience, Rock?
Yeah, down in the minor leagues. Yep. I was a base stealer back in the old days, you know. A-ball.
Had the flowing mullet.
Butte Copper Kings.
Yeah. A catcher that could run.
Yeah. But, yeah, not in the big leagues.
Andy Wolf, speaking of moves, has a good one. And there's a liner. Fair. That is inside the line. Braun hustling over to cut it off. Barney will end up at third base. And that's going to be a double for Reed Johnson. And again, the Cubs knocking at the door. Second and third now, their best threat of the ball game.
Two baseballs that one could have been an out, a jam shot off the bat of Barney. And then one that Reed Johnson's able to tuck right inside that third baseline. Another inch, it might be foul. So the luck not very good for Randy Wolf in this inning, and the troublesome part of this batting order coming up.
So it'll be Jeff Baker, who has been a nemesis of left-handed pitching throughout his career. And especially tough on Randy Wolf in his career. He cues one right off the end of the bat. Baker is 0 for 1 with a walk tonight, which makes him 10 for 25 career against Randy Wolf. 10 hits and 25 at-bats, 2 walks. He is also homered against Wolf. Second and third, one away. Baker takes one inside. but a fastball by him. Looked like Baker just had enough thought in his mind about the off-speed pitch.
And that's the benefit of throwing those things for strikes, those curveballs.
I always felt Randy Wolf is at his best when he's using the high fastball with that big curveball he throws. You know, he's not a guy that has a lot of power. His fastball tops out below 90 in the upper reaches of the 80s, but he can get some swings and misses up there. And another one, he goes up the ladder again and reaches back. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Randy Wolf. That is a big out.
Boy, talk about a big out. Jeff Baker has had a lot of success against Wolf in his career. But Randy able to get him on a couple of high fastballs, and that is a huge out. Second and third and one out, and he gets a big strikeout.
Rock, you talk a lot about pitching in pairs, and Randy Wolf, who looks like he has his good curveball going tonight, that's the fastball that can get him some strikeouts in this game.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Randy and the Brewers decide to do with Castro. You got the left-hander LaHair on deck. This is about as one of the best hitters in all the National League up there, with men on second and third. Got to be careful here.
Well, you have two of the top 6 hitters in the league. Castro is 6th, LaHair is 2nd, and a swing and a miss.
That answers that question, doesn't it? Going right after him. Pitch off the strike, off the plate though.
Castro is almost impossible to walk unless you intentionally walk him. He's going to get his swings, but he usually delivers. Look at that. Since he came into the league last year, 251 hits, tied with Michael Young. Slow curve on the ground. Here's his Taurus, and it is in time, and Randy Wolf dodges the bullet. 2 on with 1 out. Nobody scores for the Cubs. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin tonight. 1-0 Brew Crew. We welcome you back from Miller Park. Bernie's ready to slide up there. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder, Mark Concannon, Chris Withers, and Kevin Shank manning the operations in the trucks. And a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Brewers. Great crowd tonight, jam-packed to see this I-94 rivalry. These two teams separated by about 90 minutes, 90 miles, 90 minutes, depending on what time of day you drive. And it's a good one so far. 1-0 Brew Crew as his Turris drops a bunt down, and Garza no chance. And this goes back to Garza's last start, he has a bit of a thing throwing the baseball to first base.
Well, let's go back to the Burger King scouting report. Make him move around. I mean, he's not a very good fielder. Check this out. He gets there, but not sure what kind of throw that is to first base. Now, his inability to field his position cost him a complete game shutout against the Brewers at Wrigley. He got a comebacker, wound up and threw it in about the 10th row in Wrigley Field.
Here comes another bunt attempt, and if Wolf can help it, right back to the mound. See what he does here. Underhands it to first base, and that's what it has come down to for Matt Garza. He cannot throw a baseball overhanded to first base.
Here's what we were talking about right here. This would have ended the game, and check this throw out. I mean, he's not even close. They took him out right after that. The pitch count was getting up there, but 8 2/3, that's why. It would have been a complete game.
Excellent scouting report, Bill Schroeder. We'll see if Nigel Morgan drops down a bunt here. Morgan, a very good bunter. And he swings away at a bouncer to second for out number 2. So Izturis ends up at third base, but now 2 men are out. And it'll be Ricky Weeks here in the 5th. It is a fair strategy against Matt Garza. I mean, we've seen it through the years in baseball history. I think probably the most notable was Steve Sax. Matter of fact, they started calling it Steve Sax syndrome at one point because he could not throw a baseball to first base.
Chuck Knobloch had a problem with that.
That's right. Chuck Knobloch, Randy Hundley, catcher, had a hard time throwing the ball back to the mound. It's just one of those mental blocks, and Garza has it. He made 7 errors last year, Matt Garza. Todd Hundley, I beg your pardon, not Randy's boy.
Yeah, right. And Randy was the guy back in the 70s.
Randy was okay.
That had no problems doing anything.
Sorry, Randy. It was your son. What a good father would take that for his son. No, it was Todd Hundley with the Mets. Beg your pardon. And isn't it amazing that a guy who can stand on a mound and throw fastballs, breaking balls, changeups, pretty much wherever he wants it. He has great command.
Into an area 17 inches wide, right? From 60 feet.
He just cannot make a throw to first. Did you ever go through anything like that in your career?
I have not. Not to this point.
How about in broadcasting?
Yes. There's certain words that I, to this day, cannot pronounce correctly.
You're currently in the middle of one right now.
Right. I have a tough time with rivalry. I have to say that very slowly.
Should have seen the smoke that just came out of your ears.
Yeah,
right there.
well, I said it. You know, so I'm trying to embrace my fears.
There's ball 4, and Garza tempting fate here, walking Weeks on 4 straight, and here comes Ryan Braun with runners at the corners. Yes, sir. This I-94 rivalry.
Well said. Don't you have certain words that kind of don't come out right? I know you're a professional.
Sure, no, all the time.
Yeah,
I can't even believe I'm in this business.
You can't think of one, though, can you? I got about 10 or 15. It's okay.
Runners at the corners for Braun. And the Brewers with a great chance to score. 2 men are out, but their best hitter is up. And Garza missing upstairs. We saw him in the first inning looking at his finger. It's just one of those motions you see enough games, it kind of makes you think it was a blister situation, but I don't think he could have continued on like this had it been a blister. The Brewers were very close to knocking Garza out of the game in the first inning. You know, he didn't retire a batter. Sitting there with bases loaded, nobody out. Ramirez at the plate.
And he's at 86 pitches, and remember, he hasn't pitched in 11 days. 86 pitches, and we're here in the 5th inning.
Izturis bunted his way aboard, a single, and Weeks drew the walk. Garza missed 11 days with the flu. that has been going around the Cubs clubhouse. Sean Camp is the Cub reliever in the bullpen. Ryan Braun trying to deliver a knockout punch to the Cub starter. And that one misses. 3 balls, no strikes.
You just got to wonder how aggressive that Garza was even going to attempt to be with Braun once he got behind 1-0.
Does he have the green light? 3-0. Braun takes. Boy, that one didn't look close. Fox Tracks had it way inside. Called a strike. Part of that might have to do with Braun's setup at the plate. He stands so far away from home plate. About as far away as you'll see a major leaguer do it. Now it's 3-1. First and third. Braun lays off. Ball 4. Smart at bat by Ryan Braun, and once again it's Aramis Ramirez in the spotlight with the bases loaded.
Yep, a 3-1 slider that Ryan Braun was able to lay off of, and really nothing close to the strike zone until the 3-0 pitch, which once again was off the inside corner but called a strike. Ryan backing off, and there you go. I want nothing to do with this guy. A 3-1 slider that was down.
Bases full is Turris, Weeks, and Braun. With Aramis Ramirez at the plate. He was up with the bases loaded in the first inning. Bounced into a double play. The only run of the game scored on that double play. And Garza deals him a strike. Garza got Ramirez to chase a couple of sliders in that first at bat. And then Ramirez struck out his last time up. Ramirez with 3 hits on the homestand. He drove in 3 runs with 1 swing of the bat in a win against Cincinnati on Tuesday, and a 3 RBI triple. And that one's hit hard. Castro makes a nice play. Throw to second, inning over. Garza survives. And Ramirez is having a rough night at the plate. The bases left loaded. Nice play by the Cubs shortstop to end the inning. MLB.com/fan guide for a chance to win a VIP experience for 2 this year at an MLB World Series game presented by Scott's, the official lawn care company of MLB. A tight one. Boy, both clubs have had their chances because runners have been everywhere throughout this game. But both pitchers have held serve. The Brewers scored a run in the first inning, and that's where we sit in the 6th. 1-0 Milwaukee. Randy Wolf facing Brian LaHare to start the 6th inning, and a big swing and a miss. Wolf did a nice job getting through the 5th. Had 2 on with 1 out, 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. He struck out Jeff Baker. He got Starlin Castro to ground out to end the inning. Can he carry it forward here in the 6th? It's LaHare off the hands. Braun coming in. Out number 1. Fox Saturday Baseball returns when the Cubs and the Brewers will square it off in the rivalry between Central Division opponents. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Chevrolet returns this week at 11:30 Central following MLB Player Poll, which is at a special time. Darren Sutton and Bob Brindley with the call.
Good to see D. Sutton the ballpark here today.
Yeah. The old Buckethead Brigade. You guys are amazingly similar in a number of ways, including the Mellon way.
He has a tough time with rivalry as well.
And so the network takes over the broadcast tomorrow. And then we're back at you on Fox Sports Wisconsin on Sunday. Final game of the series, final game of the homestand. Very strange road trip coming up for the Brewers.
Man.
2-2. 2 in New York Monday and Tuesday, both night games, and then 2 in Houston Wednesday and Thursday before returning to Miller Park Friday.
Yeah, both night games in Houston as well.
So some late night travel, some early morning arrivals.
You have to catch up on your sleep on the plane. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm more of an early morning guy than a late night guy.
Right.
That kind of fits into your wheelhouse.
Right.
Soriano in a full count. Now the pitching matchup tomorrow, it'll be Sean Markham against Chris Volstad. Volstad has been the struggling starter in that Cubs group. The others are going along fairly well. Marco Estrada and Jeff Samardzija will hook up on Sunday. Soriano draws a walk. Not something he does very often. 1 out, a walk, and here comes Joe Mather.
After most Sunday Brewer home games, kids 16 and under can run the bases at Miller Park. Compliments of great clips. It's going to be great. The haircut and running the bases.
Here's Joe Mather. A walk and a strikeout. 0 for 1 today. The Brewers are set up to turn 2 here against Mather. And Wolf gets the ground ball. Ramirez to Weeks, and it is in time. Close call at first base. Ramirez starts it around the horn, and Randy Wolf a scoreless 6th inning. 5-4-3. The Brewers go around the horn, leading 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. The Brewers are coming up. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. By the new Miller Lite Punch Top Can. It's Miller time. And by Marathon, fueling the American spirit. The Packers rookies started workouts today, Rock, in Green Bay. You can read Paul Emick's coverage from Lambeau Field at foxsportswisconsin.com.
Hey, it's the border battle with the Minnesota Twins next weekend here at Miller Park. Interleague play begins as the Twins travel to Milwaukee. Tickets are going fast. To order, call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com to be a part of interleague action this year. That's another rivalry, isn't it?
Oh, nice, Rock. That was close. You walking a fine line there with that one.
I almost stumbled through it. But.
New pitcher is Sean Camp. Easy enough to say. And he faces Corey Hart.
Yeah, talking about a strike thrower, Camp does not walk many. He throws a lot of strikes, and he doesn't have a whole lot on the baseball, but has very good command. Good command of 4 pitches.
Good to see Hart double in the gap in the 4th inning. That was his first hit of this homestand. He had gone 0 for 12 before that double, and hopefully a sign of good things to come for Corey Hart. He lined out in his first at bat, so he's had a couple of good at bats tonight. Randy Wolf getting a double play ball from Joe Mather in the 6th to end the 6th inning, and Wolf putting together his best start of the season tonight. Working on a 4-hit shutout. Hart back up the middle, right into the shift, and Barney makes the play.
Exactly what I'm talking about with the shifts. Now that's a second baseman right there, and you know what? 5-6 years ago, that's a base hit. A little scribbler into center field with a conventional setup, and the way scouting reports are these days, and video. I mean, teams know where guys hit the baseball and take away base hits.
Now, it used to be you'd hit a line drive at somebody for an out, and they'd say, the old timers would say, they've been putting a guy there for 100 years. Not anymore.
No.
People are playing everywhere now. Look at the third base line here against George Kataris. They do not think Kataris is going to hit one on the ground over on that side. And that is covering the hole.
Yep.
And you wonder if George might be thinking about pushing a bunt down the line. If he gets it fair and gets it out of the reach of the pitcher, that's a base hit.
3-0 count, and Kataris takes a strike.
It's got to be tempting. It really does. Especially in a 1-0 game. Get a man on base.
Kataris draws a walk.
Another
he has
walk.
A great eye. That's his second walk.
Yeah, 13 walks already for the season.
He's having one of those seasons from the backup catching position that keep you around for a long time. And he's aboard now for Taylor Green. Green's looking for his big moment as a big leaguer. He was up in a big spot in the 4th inning with 2 on and 1 out. He bounced into a double play to win the inning. And Green does drop a bunt down right into that spot. Tough play. Camp's throw is high. Safe is Green. Couldn't have rolled it out there any better. Camp made it close.
Yeah, that was a heck of a play by the pitcher. I'll tell you what, that was off balance, and he gets that a little bit lower. He's got an out. Taylor Green doing exactly what we're talking about. And just pushing it down the third baseline. You can see where the third baseman is, but that was a good effort by Camp, but just threw it a little bit high. Idea is get that ball a little bit further down the line, and it wouldn't even be a play.
As if he heard you. And it was some kind of play by Camp. Almost turned it into an out. I didn't think he had a prayer.
And a good play by LaHare to keep that one in the infield.
Yeah, good point.
That had right field corner written all over it.
So the Brewers have used the bunt hit twice tonight. Cesar Izturis had a bunt single last inning to start the 5th inning. Brewers left the bases loaded in the 5th. 2 on, 1 away. As Torres takes a breaking ball strike. Cesar is 1 out of 2. Travis Ishikawa in the on-deck circle. He'll hit for the pitcher, Randy Wolf. As Torres pops it up. And Reed Johnson for out number 2. Neither runner can advance. So again, the Brewers in danger of stranding a couple of base runners. Ron Renick's going to take a shot at some offense here. And he's going to pull Randy Wolf in favor of Travis Ishikawa.
Yeah, that's the tough decision that you have to make in the National League that never comes up in the American League. You take out a hot pitcher because you need some offense. Leave it up to the bullpen.
So Wolf goes 6 shutout innings, just 4 hits allowed, his best start of the season. And the Brewers are hoping to turn this one into a win for him. Ishikawa could help that cause. Pickoff play at second into center field. And both runners will advance.
There you go again.
Another error from the mound for the Chicago Cubs.
And you wonder why he's even worried about it. I mean, that's not even close. I mean, he spikes that baseball, throws it to the third base side of George Kataris, and both runners able to advance. So it's not Matt Garza, but Sean Camp has got the bug.
That's the 4th error by a Cubs pitcher this season. Now second and third with Ishikawa. Might be a good instructional down the road. The decision for a base runner to go back standing or sliding on a pickoff play.
Well, what we're going to do, I just talked to Jerry. We're going to talk about pitchers fielding their position and how sometimes it gets into your head why you can't make a throw to the bases.
Oh, I get it. Ooh, it might be a time to break out Matt Krug, the Brewer sports psychologist.
Maybe. That's
Hey,
right.
huh?
Yeah, I don't know how I would handle that interview though. I'd be asking him to help me. The heck with the guys throwing to the bases.
Take a number. He has a wide open appointment book.
Can you tell me why I can't say rivalry?
Ishikawa takes a ball, close pitch, and it's 1-2. Big at bat here for the Brew Crew with 2 on in scoring position. A base hit should score them both. The 1-2 and a breaking ball strike. Ishikawa is gone. The Brewers lead 2 more. Milwaukee is stranded 8. Still 1-0. Our game summary brought to you by Toyota. Key double plays from Matt Garza with the bases loaded. That was the only run that scored in this game so far. Harden lined out to end the inning. And Garza and the Cubs dodged a bullet in the first inning. Randy Wolf has been good. He's had his fair share of trouble, but has managed to pitch out of it as well. He's out now. 6 shutout innings, just 4 hits allowed. And the Brewers have left 8. And it's time now to take a look at our Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. The 2 starters who are out of this game. Garza topping out at 95. That 90-mile-an-hour fastball by Randy Wolf was a strikeout, and a big one at that, on Jeff Baker. Ishikawa stays in to play first after a pinch hit appearance, and the new pitcher rock is Jose Veras, 15th appearance of the season.
Yeah, he's been pretty good, although he did give up a run his last time out against the Reds on Tuesday. An inning pitched, 3 hits. It was an earned run. So the formula for Ron Renicky and company, you would think, Veras, K-Rod, and Axford, but you hope that the Brewers are going to be able to muster some more offense tonight.
Runs have been hard to come by for the Brew Crew. Not just tonight either. Wellington Castillo got his first hit of the season back in the 2nd inning against Wolf, his first matchup against Jose Veras. Well, Veras, his role, if you define the roles, the 7th inning pitcher with the lead is the ideal role for him. Renicky likes to use Veras, then Frankie Rodriguez, and John Axford to close the games. Missing with that curveball.
Yeah, that's the important pitch for Veras, as it is for every pitcher, throwing that slider curveball for strikes and then go after him with the big fastball at 95. There have been times when he's had a tough time throwing that for strikes.
Broken bat, bouncer over to Ramirez, and the Cubs catcher Castillo is retired.
Hey, get the Rock the Ballpark package for $24. That includes a ticket to select Brewer home games, a Summerfest ticket, and a t-shirt. Visit brewers.com/Summerfest.
Say hey to our buddy John Bowler, getting the Summerfest plans put together. Always a great time in Milwaukee. Some baseball, some live music. Nobody does it better in the summertime than right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Had a summer kind of feel today.
Yeah.
Temperatures starting to move up.
Roof open. Yeah, good to see that the roof was open the first time this year.
Darwin Barney with 1 away. Barney's put together a couple of nice at-bats. He saw 11 pitches in the 2nd inning, lined out with 2 on to end the inning. Hit it hard right at Braun. And then his last time up had a little flare into center field for a base hit. So the old moniker that they even out could be technically true, but I'm sure Darwin Barney would have preferred the flare with men on base as opposed to leading off an inning. Cost him some runs. Veras just misses. 3-1 now. Count goes full.
Actually, this is the 2nd time the roof has been open this year. First time the roof has been open and the panels are open. I don't remember the roof being open before.
Well, remember Tuesday the roof was open when we started,
right,
and then closed
right away.
I don't know how the.
Okay.
I think that's technically the roof open, but you're right. There's a liner to right, a base hit that's going into the corner. And Barney's going to be able to run for a while. Hart struggling with it in the outfield. Barney will go to 3rd and round it. And it is a 1-out triple for the Cubs second baseman. Second triple of the year for Darwin Barney.
Yeah, good at bat by Barney, taking that ball just out of the reach of Ishikawa and all the way in the corner. And Corey Hart trying to get there before it gets to the wall. He slides, it gets by him. If he's able to keep it in front of him, I think Barney has to stay at second. And he's hustling all the way. It will be a triple. So once again, the Cubs have the tying run on third base with only 1 out.
Well, just one of those games where base runners are there, but nobody's been able to come up with a big hit at this point. Remember, the only run that scored, if you've been with us the whole time, was in the first inning. Nyjer Morgan scored on a double play. So no RBI attributed. Del Swaim goes to his bench with the pitcher spot up. Ian Stewart, who's his regular third baseman, not starting tonight with the left-hander Wolf on the mound. Infield in for the Brewers with 1 out. Stewart takes a curveball strike. Stewart has only had one other pinch hit at bat, and he delivered with a hit. Overall batting 194. Fastball strike. Good one. 95 miles an hour. And it's 0-2 on Stewart. Stewart traded to the Cubs from Colorado. It was his bat that cost him a starting job with Jim Tracy's Rockies. And that hit him. So Barney will retreat to third. A hit by pitch. Harris had him 0-2 and drops one right on his foot.
Yeah, he tried to backdoor that slider. It was a big one. And more like the curveball. Check out the size of the break on this pitch, and it hits him right on the front foot.
Well, Stewart off the hook. A painful way to get off the hook, but he's aboard after being down 0-2. Now first and third with Reed Johnson at the plate. Harris in need of a ground ball double play to end the inning. Good contact hitter at the plate. This is a hitter that Brewers personnel would tell you that they don't like in this situation. He's a guy that shortens up his swing, tries to punch the ball in a spot like this. Situational hitter.
Take it to the opposite field. He has rolled into 3 double play balls this year.
Johnson making just his 5th start in center field tonight. Typically a bench player. But Swaim stacking up his batting order with as many right-handed hitters as possible, which means he has a whole slew of left-handers on his bench. And the Brewers are just about exclusively right-handed in the bullpen from here on out. The only lefty in the Brewers pen is Manny Parra. Tight spot. The Brewers are going to take a chance to turn 2. At the risk of allowing the tying run to score if they cannot turn the double play. 2 balls, no strikes on Reed Johnson.
Hey, good pitch on a 2-0 count. Just busted him inside, and Reed Johnson with a big swing.
Yeah, nothing short about that swing.
No, I mean, he's trying to leave the yard. That might have been off the plate too. So Reed Johnson doing Jose Veras a favor. Pitch up and in, just couldn't get the bat head out.
Johnson has just 8 hits this year, 8 for 44. It's a 182 batting average. Cubs stranded a pair in the 5th inning. Left 2 on in the 3rd. Left 2 on in the 2nd. 6 total. The Brewers have stranded 8. And that's been the story of this game. Missed opportunities. Curveball, strike, a dandy. Sweeping right across the plate. 2-2.
Now's when you either want to go down and away with a fastball or down and away with a slider. And don't leave anything up in the zone unless you try and elevate it a little bit too high, talking about the fastball, to get a strikeout.
Going back to the hook. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. And Johnson doesn't bite.
And that time a little bit too far off the corner.
One to nothing Brewers on a 1st inning run. Cubs threatening here in the 7th. Tying run at 3rd. Go ahead run at 1st. 3 in a row coming from Veras, it looks like. Runner goes, and a swing and a foul.
Yeah, Reed Johnson, ordinarily a guy that's going to put the bat on the baseball. That's why you send a guy like Johnson to maybe stay out of the double play. But Stewart, not a very fast base runner.
You wonder if Kataris on a strikeout, if he'll take a shot at Stewart at 2nd, if he does run again. George not known for his throwing. Another full count. There goes the runner, and a foul again. Big crowd tonight in hushed anxiety right now. Over 40,000 at Miller Park. And right at the edge of their seats with the Cubs threatening. Brewers hanging on to that 1-0 lead. Johnson has seen 3 consecutive breaking balls from Veras. He's going to see 4 in a row. Stewart goes, and Johnson lays off. The bases are loaded.
Man, that's the kind of an at bat you're going to get out of Reed Johnson. You know, he's going to be, patient at the plate. If he gets the count in his favor, he'll try and knock one out of here. But when he gets 2 strikes, he's a tough out. Tough guy to strike out.
He can only watch. He pinch hit for Randy Wolf, knowing he had Veras ready. The Brewers had an off day yesterday. Dale Swain will make a move here with the bases loaded. David DeJesus, and that's going to send Renicky to the mound.
And Cameron Lowe has been up in the Brewers bullpen, and I think he's ready. He's just standing out there. He's ready to go, and he's going to come in.
So the sinker baller, the ground ball specialist, in a spot where the Brewers need one, coming in. Swaim going to his bench. DeJesus, typically a starter, will hit against Cameron Lowe here. Lowe, the ground ball specialist, with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Yeah, he's been unscored upon in 11 of 13 outings this year, and last pitched on Tuesday, did not allow a run. A scoreless 7th against the Reds. Coming in a tough spot. You can see the numbers for Lowe, very good.
Now DeJesus has a batting average of .257, but has an on-base percentage of .371.
And unlike Reed Johnson, a tough guy to double up, he runs pretty good.
DeJesus has not grounded into a double play all season. He's a very selective hitter. He's been tough on the Brewers this year in their first round at Wrigley Field. And DeJesus launches one. This is way back and gone. A grand slam home run. A pinch hit grand slam home run for David DeJesus. And just like that, the Cubs have a 4-1 lead.
Well, not much you can do about that, right? First pitch, middle in, and DeJesus able to knock it on out of here. Well, not much drama on that one. He knew it right away. Everybody did. And after numerous opportunities to put runs on the board, DeJesus clears the bases with a grand slam.
Now Starlin Castro. Well, Veras loaded up the bases, and the key batter was Ian Stewart. He had Stewart down 0-2, and he hit him on the foot. Second career grand slam for David DeJesus. Comes on the first pitch. Pinch hitters love to be aggressive. They love that first pitch.
Yeah,
Lowe put it right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, nothing wrong with pinch hitters late in the game going after the first pitch. It was a fastball, something they're looking for.
Well, after an entire game of missed opportunities, Cubs get a big hit from DeJesus, and Dale Swaim pulling the right card. Now Lowe with the bases empty. Castro sends one high in the air to center. And there is out number 2. Now 3 of the 4 runs will belong to Jose Veras. 2/3 of an inning.
And margins very thin for that Brewers pitching staff lately. Not a whole lot of run support, and every pitch very important, particularly with men on base. No room for error.
Veras 1/3 of an inning, I beg your pardon. Lowe trying to get the final 2 outs. Brian LaHare with 2 away. 0 for 3 tonight. LaHare is sitting on a 27-game consecutive on-base streak. He's reached base in every game he's played this year, but that is in jeopardy tonight.
Yeah, that's either a hit batter, a walk, or a base hit.
David DeJesus.
That's a good day's work.
1 swing. Saw 1 pitch.
Yeah.
Cubs picked him up from the Oakland Athletics. Was a Kansas City Royal prior to that. LaHare bounces one right into the only infielder on that side. Ramirez, inning over. Costly blow though. DeJesus goes deep. Brewers have some work to do. Ryan Braun He's due up when we come back. 4-1 Cubs. With his first home run of the season, he came into this game with just 4 runs batted in 30 games. And with one swing of the bat, collects his first homer, picks up 4 RBIs. On the grand slam home run, he stays in the game to play right. Ian Stewart will stay in to play third base. And the Brewers find themselves now down 3, wasting another good start. Randy Wolf 6 shutout and will not factor in this one as Carlos Marmol, the former Cubs closer, taken over in the 7th inning.
Yeah, just having an awful time throwing strikes. 15 walks and 11 punch-outs from Marmol. 2 for 4 in save opportunities. He's now in here in the 7th inning. Rafael Dolis, the new Cubs closer.
Nigel Morgan at the plate, presented by Wendy's. Been on twice, singled and scored the lone Brewer run in the first inning. It is interesting that Swaim is using Marmol here in the 7th inning. Dale Swaim knows as well as anyone, with Ryan Braun coming up and the potential of Aramis Ramirez, this could very well be a save type opportunity.
Right. Yeah, particularly with the way Marmol has had a tough time throwing strikes, already down in the count. 3-0 to Nigel Morgan. 15 walks to go along with 11 strikeouts this year from Marmol. Wow.
That one's in there for a strike. The Brewers have just 4 hits tonight. They've had their chances. Milwaukee had the bases loaded in the first, managed just 1 run. Stranded bases loaded in the 5th. There's strike 2. Morgan willing to get to 2 strikes to see if Marmol could get there on his own. Wasn't going to help him out. And he swings and lifts one in the air to right. That one's pretty well hit. DeJesus back and makes the catch. David DeJesus making an impact on this game. Got reason to smile. Out number 1.
Yeah, fighting the Brewer fans out there in the picnic area. And Niger hit that one well on the 3-2 count. Our Home Depot doing more in defense. David DeJesus, we've been saying his name quite a bit in this inning. Right up against the chain link fence and hauling it in. First out of the game or the inning.
So Marmol comes back from 3-0 to get his man, and now Ricky Weeks. 4-1 Cubs on a grand slam by DeJesus. Ferris goes a third of an inning, gives up 3 runs on a hit and a walk and a hit batter. Randy Wolf started. He went 6 shutout innings. His best start of the season for the Crew. Sean Camp is in line for the victory for the Cubs. Another former Royal. Another 3-ball count. Carlos Marmol taken out of the Cubs closer's role last week. It'll be interesting to see what Swaim does in the 8th inning as Weeks takes a strike. Good fastball. Marmol still has great stuff.
Yeah, 94, but that pitch right down the middle on a 3-1 count.
Came back with a fastball against Weeks. That was a risky pitch. Marmol, prior to his closing days, actually made an all-star team as a reliever, as a setup man. Back in 08. Been in that closer's role the last 2 seasons full-time. And he strikes out Ricky Weeks. Well, 2 men are out, and Ryan Braun will bat with nobody aboard.
Well, it was the backup slider that time. Was supposed to be away, but caught the inside corner. You see the spin on it like a slider. You expect it to be away, and it doesn't do anything. And Ricky might have thought it was ball 4.
Braun has walked twice tonight. Braun with 10 homers on the year. And his Powerball home run count belted his 10th on Wednesday. That was in the 9th inning. That brought the Brewers within a run of the Reds. That's all they would get. Two balls and a strike. Marmol was going along so well as a closer. The Cubs locked him up to a 3-year deal. He's in the 2nd year of that deal. Has 1 more to go. He's pitched his last 2 games in a setup role, and that one barely misses Braun.
Yeah, the big difference between Marmol now and when he was having his big year is that slider. His slider doesn't appear to be as sharp. It breaks a little bit earlier. It's a little bit bigger, and he's not able to throw it for strikes. He still has the fastball that he's always had, but the quality of the slider is just not the same.
2 blown saves and a loss, and it was a quick trigger by Swaim to get him out of the closer's role. But he's been solid in the relief role in the non-closers situation. Has back-to-back scoreless outings. Picked up his first hold of the year. That was against the Atlanta Braves just a couple of days ago. 3-2 pitch, and it's ball 4. So 3 3-ball counts. This one finally produces a base runner, and that'll bring Aramis Ramirez to the plate. Ramirez has had a frustrating day at the plate. Stranded the bases loaded in the 5th. Bounced into a double play with the bases loaded in the 1st. Although a run did score in that inning, that has been it offensively for the Brewers. Just 4 hits today, but a slew of walks. 7 walks by my count. and a couple of hit batters. Ramos Ramirez with 2 away. Brewers would love to get Corey Hart to the plate, representing the tying run in this inning. That one's hit well, deep right center, way back, long run, and it's off the top of the wall. Braun on his way in to score, and Ramirez can't buy a break. That was inches from going out. It's an RBI double instead. The Brewers within 2 now.
Oh, what a nice short stroke by Ramirez that time. A fastball from Marmol. Didn't overswing, didn't try and pull it. Boy, he hit that one well to the opposite field, and another inch. That ball would have bounced over the wall. Look at his stroke. Nice and short. Just trying to make contact with that mid-90s fastball, and there it is, right on the point of the wall, right on the yellow lines. Got to go over.
You know, for Ramos Ramirez, you see just how close that one was to going out.
Another inch higher, it's going to hit and bounce over. You're right. Tough break.
That is a tough break for a hitter who is looking for a break. At any rate, it brings the tying run up. Braun scored easily. And now a long ball will square it up. Ramirez at second, and Hart. They say he went. Home plate umpire Lance Barksdale makes the call. Ball and a strike. And now Marmol in the driver's seat. Brewers get a 2-out run, a walk and a double. Ramirez drives in number 18 of the year. Corey Hart trying to do some 2-out, 2-strike damage.
And that's that slider from Marmol. I'm not sure, you know, the location of it. I mean, it almost went backwards. It spun up there and ended up being up and in. It was supposed to be down and away. That's why Castillo's out there having a talk with Marmol. Check this out. It's supposed to be away. Watch where it ends up. That's what I'm talking about. That inconsistency with the slider from Marmol. That's really been the problem that he's had.
Well, Castillo waved to the dugout. Marmol tried to shoo him away, but Dale Swain saw that, and he is on his way to talk to his reliever. So something's going on with Carlos Marmol. You could tell Castillo waving to the dugout. Marmol, you know, trying to avoid that. And he says, no, I got it. And then Castillo communicating with his eyes. Something's up with Carlos Marmol. Swain wants to see him toss a few. Doesn't look normal the way he finishes, and even the athletic trainer, you know, these guys, they know their body language, they know their mechanics, and that's it. So Marmol's out, and the Cubs are going to make a pitching change, and the new hurler will have as much time as he needs to get loose. taken out of this game. And Michael Bowden is the new hurler. We'll set him up in a moment. First, let's get to our text question, courtesy of Ho-Chunk Gaming, Wisconsin. Travis in Kenosha wants to know, does Dale Swaim's knowledge of the Brewer hitters give the Cubs an advantage?
Well, I guess in the scouting report it's a bit of an advantage, but it's up to the pitching staff to execute. You know what Dale tells them, some of the weaknesses of the Brewer hitters. Every pitcher makes mistakes, and that's what the Brewers count on. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bowden takes over. He was part of that Marlon Byrd deal with that trade with the Boston Red Sox on April 21st. The player to be named later and cash considerations for Marlon Byrd.
Goes a split finger fastball. Been up and down the last few years with the Red Sox. This guy was a first round draft pick. He was in that same draft as Ryan Braun, the 05 draft. And for the Cubs to get a former first rounder for Marlon Byrd, they were trying to dump salary anyway and clear some space in the outfield by sending Byrd to the Red Sox. That more Red Sox Cubs connections. Theo Epstein, now the president of the Chicago Cubs, the former GM in Boston. Jed Hoyer, the current GM with the Cubs, is Theo's assistant in Boston. So here is Bowden with Aramis Ramirez at second base, and he will inherit a 1-2 count on Corey Hart. So Hart, mid-count, has to get in survival mode here with a pitcher he has not seen. 25-year-old Michael Bowden in his 4th appearance for the Cubs. Ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Brewers down 2. And Hart pulls one toward the hole. Castro bobbles. Ramirez will stay put. Corey Hart is aboard. So that'll be an infield hit for Corey Hart. Back-to-back hits, and the Brewers are alive.
Yeah, first pitch curveball, and Corey able to hit it hard just out of the reach of Castro, although Castro was able to knock it down, keeping Aramis Ramirez at third base. And good job by Ed Cedar, the third base coach, to make sure that Ramirez did not round the bag too much, because Starlin Castro was waiting for him.
Can't imagine how tough that would be for Corey Hart to face a new pitcher. Totally different arm release point, arm angle, and do it with 2 strikes, and he comes up with a hit. So now Kataris, another former Boston Red Sox, at the plate. Go ahead run at the plate in George Kataris with 2 away. And Ramirez,
he peeking a little bit. He sees it, but Ed Cedar has got the stop sign on him, making sure he doesn't go much further.
For 2 Cubs. And Kataris takes a splitter in there for a strike. That's his go-to pitch.
That pitch up in his eyes. And splitters that stay up in his zone aren't very good pitches. Those are the ones you have to pick on.
Nori Aoki would hit next. Kataris a chance to do some damage here in the 7th. 1 run is in, and that one missed. 2 balls and a strike. You just wonder if Kataris has seen Michael Bowden. I mean, they were together in the same organization. Bowden was in the minor leagues when George was with the Red Sox, but he did get a handful of games in the big leagues. 2 balls and a strike. Missed again.
He still hasn't thrown a fastball. That curveball to Corey Hart and a bunch of split-fingered fastballs to Kataris. Well, he's going to throw one. This might be the time to do it.
Hitters count for George. In the dirt, ball 4. Bases loaded. Tying run at second, the go-ahead run over at first, and with that in mind, Renicky will pull back Aoki, and he's going to go with his best clutch hitter, Jonathan Lucroy. George Kottaras has walked 3 times tonight, and it gives Lucroy a chance to maybe give the Brewers the lead. Lucroy has been one of the best in the business behind the plate. Only Carlos Ruiz has a higher batting average.
And I think what Ron Renicky is thinking right here is runners in scoring position. Nobody on the Brewers has been better than Jonathan. I mean, far and away the best batting average in these situations. Need a big hit. And Jonathan Lucroy is your guy. 6 for 10 so far this year. 2 outs with runners in scoring position, 6 for 10. Overall, 471 batting average.
Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach, former Brewer. Quick visit to the mound. There's how it stands. Ramirez doubled off the wall in right center. He drove in Braun. Hart reached on an infield hit. Kottaras with a walk. And for the 3rd time tonight, the Brewers have loaded the bases. Here comes Lucroy. Crowd chanting Luke. Well, David DeJesus with a grand slam home run in the top of this inning. See if Lucroy could return the favor. A base hit could tie it. And it's a strike. Finally found the range with that off-speed pitch.
I don't think this guy owns a fastball. Haven't seen one yet. There's one.
90-mile-an-hour heater.
Yep, in off the plate. You know, throw the fastball off the plate just for show. And throw the off-speed pitches for strikes.
Always holds it in that split finger grip. Ball and a strike on Lucroy. Drive, right field line. Is that fair? It is! In the corner! Ramirez is in. Hart will score. Here comes George. And he's in there. The Brewers take the lead. Lucroy is out at 3rd. Inning over. But Jonathan Lucroy delivers in the clutch. A 3 RBI double. The Brewers back on top. Has 15 RBIs this year. 13 of them have come with 2 outs. He just drives in 3 to give the Brewers the lead. Part of a 4-run inning. And Rock, our Pizza Hut delivery of the game.
Yeah, look at the approach by Lucroy. He's not trying to pull the baseball. A split-fingered fastball from Bowden. He just goes down and drives that ball hard down the line. Fair by about 18 inches. And George Katara is able to score all the way from first base. Man, what a job by George Katara to draw his 3rd walk of the game, and Jonathan Lucroy to give the Brewers a lead.
Lucroy throwing out at 3rd, trying to extend it on the throw, and that's where the inning ended. But Lucroy gives the Brewers the lead. He is now 7 for 11 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That is just off the charts.
Wow.
So Ron Renicky answers Dale Swaim's David DeJesus pull.
Well, it's been a while for K-Rod. It's been all the way last Sunday against the Giants. He pitched a scoreless inning. Struck out a couple of batters. So, well, K-Rod getting some much-deserved time off.
Alfonso Soriano batting 5th in the Cubs order. He'll be followed by Castillo. Get the pitcher spot due up next, and it looks like Campana will hit next. Cubs got 4 in the top of the 7th on a grand slam from DeJesus, a pinch hit grand slam home run. Brewers answer with 4 in the bottom of the 7th. Soriano, flare off the glove of his Torres. And a base hit for Alfonso Soriano.
Yep, on an 0-2 pitch. It looked like a hanging breaking ball from K-Rod. And Soriano with that big long bat, able to get it off the end and muscle it into left field. His Torres did not come far from catching that baseball.
But it'll go as a hit. And the tying run is aboard for the Cubs. And one of the fastest players in baseball, Tony Campana, will step in to hit. Got to be careful with Campana. He is very fast, uses the bunt very well. And he squares, he pops it up. Lucroy is there. Unforced error by the Chicago Cubs. That's a huge out for K-Rod.
It certainly didn't look like a sacrifice. It looked more like Campana was trying to drag that baseball by Rodriguez for a base hit. Barrel of the bat came down, and as David Nelson always talks about, you can't start the run before you bunt the baseball. That looks like that's what happened with Campana.
Well, he causes so much disruption when he's on the base paths or even at the plate in a bunting situation, which he was. So now K-Rod with an out and facing the catcher, Wellington Castillo. The slow running catcher brings in the opportunity of a double play.
And watch Campana. He's going to drop the bunt down. He's moving before that ball hits the bat, and that's why the bat drops. Watch the barrel of the bat go down. That's why he popped it up.
Most teams, when given the opportunity, will try to run against Francisco Rodriguez. Takes him a while to get it to the plate. Soriano has a modest lead over there. And a foul out of play.
And Soriano only 1 for 2 in stolen bases this year. Starlin Castro and Campana lead the team. Castro at 11.
Soriano was a great base stealer when he first came up. He had back-to-back seasons of 40+ steals.
Back in his younger days.
Back in his youth.
We all slowed down at some point.
Matter of fact, he had a 40-40 season in his lone season with the Nationals. Not running. And there's a strike. That's 1-2. Soriano has not run much over the last few seasons. Just 2 bags last year. And as Rock mentioned, just 1 this year. But a stolen base would be so important in a spot like this. You see Dave McKay talking it over with him. One ball, 2 strikes on the Cubs catcher. Fly ball right field. In the corner is Hart, sizes it up, and there is out number 2.
Yeah, this is where you might see Soriano take off. You got Darwin Barney coming up. And not a home run hitter, although he did triple his last time up. Try to get into scoring position.
Barney has had 3 very good at bats. He lined out in an 11-pitch battle with Randy Wolf in the 2nd inning and has hits his last 2 times up, including a triple back in the 7th. Part of that 4-run inning. Two for 3 tonight, Darwin Barney. Cubs got 4 in the 7th with 1 swing of the bat. The Brewers answer with 4 in the bottom of the 7th. Ramos Ramirez driving in a run in the home 7th, and then Lucroy with that 3 RBI double.
Yeah, 7 of the 9 runs scored tonight have come from the pinch hitters. That's not something you see every day.
Good point. And like De Jesus, who stayed in the game in right field, Lucroy continues. Fly ball right field. Corey Hart is there, and K-Rod holds serve. Scoreless 8. We head to the home half. 5-4 Milwaukee.
By Kawasaki Terex. What a ball game here at Miller Park. The Brewers lead at 5-4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Francisco Rodriguez doing his job in the top half of the 8th. But wow, hardly any scoring at all. It was 1-0 Brewers entering the 7th inning. But let's take a look back at the fireworks of that 7th inning, Jerry. Our AT&T Uverse Reverse replay. And we're going to look at De Jesus' pinch hit grand slam. That put the Cubs up 4-1. And Milwaukee would fight back, though, Jaron. You got to love the fight. Jonathan Lucroy also in pinch hit fashion, clearing the bases with the double, putting the Brewers up 5-4.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Brewers have had opportunities tonight several times with the bases loaded. Come up in the 7th inning. Jonathan Lucroy comes out with 2 outs, gets a big 2-out, 3-run double, and that really helped the Brewers.
All right, we're going to break down this game further afterwards. Brewers Live postgame on the way. Full reaction from the clubhouse as well. Brian?
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Augie. And we head to the home 8th with James Russell on the mound for the Cubs.
Yeah, the only lefty out of Dale Swaim's bullpen. 14th game. Great numbers for Russell. A .73 earned run average. He's been virtually unhittable this year.
Got a report from the Cubs clubhouse. Carlos Marmol left this game with a right hamstring strain. That's why his outing was cut short. A strike away from finishing the 7th inning without giving up any runs, but Marmol had to come out. Sean Kemp came in, or rather Michael Bowden came in and surrendered the infield hit by Hart and the bases loaded clearing double by Lucroy.
That's about the last thing you'd be thinking of on an injury for a pitcher in the middle of an inning.
3-1 to his Turris. That one's in there 3-2 now. So the Brewers are set up with their closer John Axford getting ready in the bullpen. You know, they'd love to tack on some runs here, give him a breather. Little flare right field, long run, and Jesus down in the corner.
Jesus having a good time out there tonight, isn't he? All smiles all night long. Why not, right? Came pretty close.
He was right there if they hadn't have put that wall there. But thanks to Robin Yount, it is where it is. I don't know if Robin actually gets credit for that, but
he didn't put the wall up, but he had something to do with it.
His Turris takes ball 4. So it's Turris on board for the 2nd time. Our Miller Lite, what's on tap? Don't forget, Fox will take over the national coverage tomorrow. The Brewers and the Cubs. Darren Sutton and Bob Brindley will have the call for you. And then Sunday, back on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Monday, the Brewers are headed on a unusual road trip. 2 in New York, 2 in Houston. And there's the man of the hour so far, Jonathan Lucroy, driving in 3 to give the Brewers the lead in the 7th. Ishikawa gets a good bunt down. Russell shovels it in time to get the out, but a sacrifice bunt well placed by Ishikawa.
Yeah, another foot, and that's going to be a base hit, but a nice adjustment by Russell. He's a pretty good athlete fielding his position. That's the idea. You bunt it, you get it by the pitcher, and you have yourself a base hit. Maybe a little bit too much backspin on it. There's no way anybody else is going to make a play on it. Well done.
Didn't panic. So hard for a pitcher going the same direction as the baseball to pick it up and make a throw, but Russell did a nice job. So Renicky will go back to his bench now. Niger Morgan pulled back, and the switch hitter Brooks Conrad will enter. Conrad is 0 for 6. Joined the Brewers on Friday in San Francisco. He's been with the ball club a week now. And he's here because of his bat. He can swing it. He had some big hits, big home runs with the Atlanta Braves the last couple of years. It was between Conrad and Ishikawa for the last spot on the active roster out of spring training. They went with Ishikawa primarily because of Matt Gamble and the relative inexperience at first base. Turns out the Brewers would call on Conrad quickly.
Well, the switch hitter that, as you mentioned, has had a lot of success coming off the bench in his career. And he's due for the Brewers.
One and 2 the count on Conrad. Conrad has big power to all fields from both sides of the plate, and we saw a lot of that this spring. Runner at second and a 5-4 Brewers lead. Just off the plate.
Well, just missing the outside edge, not by much. Pretty close pitch.
It's precision eyesight. Conrad lifts it in the air, left center. This will stay playable for Soriano. And the second out. Well, stay tuned to the Brewers Live postgame show as we break down the techniques and strategies of the ball game tonight. Bill Schroeder and Jerry Augustine will have our postgame instructional. What are we looking at here tonight, Rob?
Pitchers fielding their position. It's been a topic of discussion tonight. Good job by Russell. And we noted that Matt Garza's had a tough time, throwing to the bases, and Jerry Augustine's going to break all that down for us.
That was a great throw. So here's Weeks with a runner at second, and a snap throw behind his Turris. He's back. I mean, it's like Garza, and you feel bad for him. He's had trouble throwing the ball to first. He knew he couldn't get him. He just said, look, I'm not going to fake a throw.
Right.
I'll just spike one into the ground and let it roll its way out.
So you're saying he did it on purpose?
I don't know. I sure hope so. Better than throwing it over the first baseman's head.
Right. You ever seen Craig Kashan throw a ball?
No, I haven't. Are we going to see that tonight?
No, he doesn't throw like that.
Oh, I thought you were about to make fun of him.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I don't know.
I never have seen Craig throw a ball. He's never down there for those instructionals.
I mean, we show a Matt Garza throw straight into the ground, and you say, have you ever seen Craig Kashan throw a ball? What am I supposed to think?
Think what you want. I hope he didn't hear me.
I'm just saying. He's an athlete, Craig Kashan.
Oh, yeah.
One and two on Ricky Weeks.
No, the thing is, I always tease him. We're out on the field. I tease him back there. I've never actually seen him throw.
I see. That's not right. Craig, you're going to have to redeem yourself. Throw something. Anything.
He's got kids. I'm sure that, he teaches them how to throw baseballs.
1-2 pitch. Weeks, did he go? Yes, he did. And down he goes on strikes. Inning over. 5-4. The Axeman going for number 50. Well, that was the big hit. Lucroy bringing in 3 to give the Brewers the lead, and now that sets up a save opportunity for John Axford. And he is making a run at some history here. Axford currently the 4th longest consecutive save streak in Major League Baseball history. He's at 49. He is 2 away from tying Jose Valverde. That streak was broken earlier this year on opening day, as a matter of fact. So Axford with a 1.87 ERA during that stretch, on the mound in a save situation, facing Ian Stewart to start the 9th inning. 5-4 Brew Crew.
Well, the Axeman picked up a loss in yesterday's ball game as Oki takes over in center field for Niger Morgan, who is pinch hit for.
Well, a drive well foul up in the upper deck. Columbia St. Mary's save tracker. Axford passing Brad Lidge earlier this season, trying to get to Jose Valverde. Eric Gagne has the record at 84. I'm not sure that one will ever be touched. But the other 2 are in sight for the Axeman. Cubs are in their 9th spot in the batting order. Ian Stewart entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 7th and was hit by a pitch. He scored one of the 4 runs in that 7th inning. So this is his 2nd plate appearance. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Frankie Rodriguez was excellent tonight at his 8th inning. Scoreless 8th, giving up just 1 hit.
Able to stay ahead in the count for the most part after the first batter. And important for John Axford to do the same.
As it stands right now, if Axford can close it out, Cameron Lowe would be the winner. A little cue shot. Ramirez. And it is, it's off the bag, says the first base umpire. Safe at first. Ishikawa made a great pickup, but couldn't keep the foot on the base. Ramirez fell down, and that disrupted the timing, and Ron Renicky wants an explanation.
That little jam shot. Ramirez had to make an adjustment and kind of lost his footing to throw off the mark. Fielding Colbert, took his time to make sure that he made the call, as to what he saw. I mean, obviously he took a while to make sure that he got it right. Watch Ramirez. I mean, he's got a ways to go. He kind of stumbles, but that's not what cost him the out. Ishikawa initially was not on the bag, but let's watch him. He's off right there. Then he reaches back, and it's pretty much bang, bang. I mean, that's a tough call at first base. Clearly off the bag there. He slides back, and does he get the bag in time? I don't know.
Yeah, that is super slow-mo. This will probably be the best look at it. It's bang, bang. I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, you can't fault Fielding Colbert for that call for sure.
So the Brewers, a miscue here to allow the base runner. It all started with a poor throw. Ramirez pulled it. I thought Ishikawa actually made a great play to stay in a first base position to make the catch on the ball and then try to get back in time.
Going to be an error for Aramis Ramirez.
Let's hope it doesn't cost the Brewers. So the tying run is aboard. Each team with an error in this game. And Reed Johnson at the plate. Axford has the strikeout stuff. Could use one here.
Yeah, barring a double play, that means you're going to have to deal with Starling Castro in this inning. That's not a guy you want to see come to the plate.
Castro right now down in the hold. You got De Jesus due up next. And there's a good hook for a strike. That's a big pitch for Axford as he goes through his outings. When he has a curveball like that, it just changes everything for a hitter.
Yeah, that's a knee buckler right there. Reed Johnson completely full. Once the knees buckle, you got no chance.
Now we'll see what he gives him here. Options are wide open. Coming back with it. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Johnson. And he's able to lay off. 2-2. Johnson was up at a big spot in the 7th inning. And he drew a walk. Jose Veras had him to 2 strikes, let him get away. That was Veras' last hitter. And the next man up, De Jesus, hit the grand slam. Coming with the heat. 2-2 the count. And a swing and a miss. 97 miles per hour. Johnson is down on strikes.
Yeah, that's just an unhittable fastball, whether you have a curveball or not. 97 in that location, nobody hits that. But with 2 strikes, Reed Johnson has to protect the plate and just waves at it. That ball was by him.
John Axford, who found those extra 4 or 5 miles per hour in the minor leagues. He was never a closer in the minor leagues. And at the time of his promotion in 2009, he was basically a 2-inning setup man in AAA. And he's turned out to be one of the game's best closers. Skips away from Lucroy and on to second. Goes Stewart. And that could be big.
Yeah, that's a huge play right there. Spiking that curveball in the dirt. And Luke tries to get down, but not able to keep it close. And now the tying run at second base, a base hit away from bringing him in.
De Jesus, his first home run of the year, a grand slam in the 7th. Had 4 RBIs all season leading up to that. Drove in 4 with 1 swing. The first pitch he saw from Cameron Lowe. Hit it into the bleachers in right field. That gave the Cubs the lead at the time, 4-1. The Brewers would answer with 4 in the bottom of the 7th. Big fastball. Take it back to the 7th. He wasn't up there long, partner.
And first pitch from Cameron Lowe out of the bullpen, and De Jesus gave the Cubs a very short-lived lead, 4-1. It was a comeback with a 4th spot in the bottom.
He would end up making a terrific catch the next inning. De Jesus did not start, but has certainly made a big impact. He's only faced Axford once. That was earlier this year at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Brewers took 3 out of 4 from the Cubs in that series. Hitters count with a tying run at second. And that one's driven right center. That is down. It's going to go to the wall. The Cubs are going to tie it. De Jesus can run. He's on his way to third. Weeks might have a play. The throw is high. And De Jesus is in with a triple. And the streak is over. A blown save for John Axford.
Well, you knew it was going to come to an end at some point, but David De Jesus, have a night. Driven in all 5 runs for Chicago on that fastball, big fastball by Axford. Aoki playing relatively shallow, and that's why he wasn't able to get to that line drive. And the Cubs with a go-ahead run at third base.
Brewers had a chance at third with De Jesus, a high throw. And it's an RBI triple. Streak ends at 49 consecutive saves for Axford. Now he's up there battling to get the Brewers to the bottom of the 9th in a tie game. One of the best hitters in the league at the plate, Starlin Castro.
Well, this guy had 4 RBIs coming into tonight, and he's got 5. How does that happen? Have a night.
Brewers have their infield in. De Jesus has very good speed at third. Well, this is a spot where Axford wants to see if Castro will chase, but it brings a little level of anxiety in with a runner at third base, especially the go-ahead run.
You can't make it too bad because Lucroy have a tough time blocking it.
Got to go back to Philadelphia last April of 2011. The last blown save for Axford. Castro waves at one off the plate. 1-2 the count.
They still haven't given him a fastball. Castro, a very good fastball hitter. If you're going to throw it, make it up in the zone.
Inning started with an error. It's an unearned run at this point. One and two. And Castro takes one off the plate. Tried that same fastball he gave to Reed Johnson. Castro doesn't bite. Castro has a hit tonight. He's 1 for 4. He is tied for the National League lead in hits with Rafael Furcal of the Cardinals. He swings and misses. De Jesus coming home. Axford cannot pick up the ball. The Cubs take the lead on a strikeout. "6-5 Chicago on a wild pitch."
Wow.
And you don't get the benefit of the K either.
Well, that slider, way in front of home plate. Axford saw it. If he got the flip cleanly, it might have been close. Lucroy does the best he can on a ball like that. You can see if Axford's able to shovel it cleanly, they're going to be able to get to Jesus, but couldn't do it.
So Axford with his second strikeout, but Castro safe at first. Got to secure that strikeout on a wild pitch. And there's an insurance run for the Cubs with Brian LaHare at the plate. Well, what a mess of a ninth inning.
They all started with an error. And nothing ever good happens when you start out with an error.
Axford taking a little extra time here to compose himself. Cubs have 2 on the board.
Yeah, you got to credit to Jesus with really good heads-up base running. He had a big secondary lead. He had already in his mind if that ball was in the dirt, he was going. And he did not hesitate.
LaHare lifts it in the air, left field. Braun will give it a look, and it will slice foul in the seats.
Yeah, watch the Jesus. He's got a walking lead. He sees that ball get away, and there's no doubt he's taken off, and he's in there standing up. A one-man wrecking crew for the Cubs.
De Jesus had the triple that tied the game, scores the go-ahead run, had a grand slam in the 7th and a pinch hit appearance. Made a great catch. Now looking ahead to the Brewers' 9th inning. Ryan Braun, Aramis Ramirez, and Corey Hart right where they want to be in their batting order. Axford trying to keep it at a 1-run deficit. 2 runs are in. Brian LaHare, and a swing and a miss. 1-2. LaHare is 0 for 4. Came in as the second leading hitter in the National League. Matt Kemp leads the league. Axford could use a ground ball here. And he pulls it foul. John Axford, his consecutive save streak comes to an end at 49. 4th longest in Major League history.
That That is a very impressive run. But you knew it was going to come to an end at some point. Unfortunately, it was tonight.
Axford has found save opportunities, few and far between. 2-2 to LaHare. There goes Castro. Swing and a miss. Lucroy's throw. He is late. Stolen base. Castro steals his 12th. And the third strikeout for Axford in the inning.
Castro with a big lead, a decent jump, nothing great. I think if it throws a little bit lower, they have him. Tough pitch for Lucroy to throw on, down and in. And should this game end, another big streak is going to come to an end. That's LaHare's streak.
LaHare had reached base in 27 consecutive games. He's 0 for 5. Soriano at the plate with 2 outs and a runner at second. Axford has the opportunity to strike out 4 in an inning, but that won't mean much to him. Inning started with a throwing error by Aramis Ramirez, the former Cub. A triple and an RBI from David DeJesus tied it. DeJesus scores on a wild pitch. 2 runs given up by Axford, 1 earned. As Soriano dumps one into center field. And coming in to score is Castro. The stolen base pays off. It is 7-5 Cubs.
Yeah, another one off the end of the bat for Soriano. He did that against K-Rod in the 8th. And a slider off the end of the bat, and again with that big long bat from Soriano, he's able to muscle it out there. A little bit out in front off the end, but strong enough to dump it into center field for another run.
So the steal turns into a run for the Cubs, and they have put 3 on the board here in the 9th. And Axford is out. Not a walk he is familiar with. A blown save for Axford. Tim Dillard coming in. 7-5 Cubs. Dugout, and David DeJesus has done the Brewers serious damage tonight. He's driven in 5 runs, 5 of the 7. Had a grand slam, scored the go-ahead run, a blown save for John Axford, and it's going to be Tim Dillard out of the bullpen. 2 outs in the inning. 3 runs are in for the Cubs. 7-5 now. And Adrian Cardenas will hit for Chicago. Oh, more frustration for the Brewers. Their manager still got the bottom of the 9th to go, and the Brewers are bringing up the muscle in the home half. Down 2 at this point. Cardenas off the Cubs bench, and he swings away at the first pitch. Braun eases over, and Dillard with 1 pitch gets out of the inning. Well, the Brewers have a little magic in them. They need it. Trying to avoid the bottom of the barrel in the Central. 7-5. Braun will lead off. 2 to tie, 3 to win it. Bottom of the 9th, Ryan Braun will lead off. The Brewers are down 2 to the Cubs. Cubs scoring 3 runs. Only 1 of those was earned. But they count, and the Cubs have the lead going into the home 9th. It'll be Ryan Braun to start it, followed by Ramirez and then Corey Hart. And the new Cubs closer making his first appearance against the Brewers as the closer, Rafael Dolis.
Yeah, you can see the numbers pretty good for the sinker baller. His last 3 appearances, he's been able to pick up 2 saves and a win. He went against the Dodgers back on his 6th, pitched 2 scoreless innings. So this guy has burst onto the scene and has got the confidence of his manager, Dale Swain.
He pitched in just 1 game last year. 3 out of 4 in save opportunities this season. And he'll go through the Brewers' part of the order. Down a pair. Braun will lead off with 3 walks tonight. Braun and Kataris have each walked 3 times. Cubs pitchers tonight have issued 9 walks and a hit batter.
And very rarely will you win a game when you have that many walks.
You made a good point during the commercial break. This was a 1-0 game going into the 7th. Hardly feels like it now.
Until the pinch hitters took over.
7-5 Cubs. Dolis is just 24 years of age. In his first season in the major leagues, I mentioned just 1 game last year. Pitched just an inning and a third last season. And he has been thrown into the fire.
He's got that sinking fastball that he's been able to get up to 96 miles an hour. All 3 pitches in this at bat to Ryan Braun at 96.
Dolis made just 1 appearance against Milwaukee in that first series. He actually went 2 innings and gave up a run, but he walked 3. He has a very unusual release. There's almost a hesitation there, as if he's going to stop and start over, and then he just uncoils it.
Have 8 walks and 5 strikeouts for Dolis, and ordinarily you're not going to see a closer, you know, that's going to have a lot of success with those types of splits.
3 balls and a strike, and Braun takes one on the outside corner. Brewers need a base runner. Dolis has blown a save. He took a loss against Cincinnati on May 3rd, giving up a run in an inning in the 3rd. That was an unearned run. 3-2 pitch. Braun drives one right center. And DeJesus, who else? For out number 1. Well, Jonathan Lucroy in our Marshfield Clinic. Driving moment, a pinch hit appearance. He drove in 3 runs, put the Brewers ahead in the bottom of the 7th, our shining moment of the game.
And breaking ball from Bowden, and he just drove it to the opposite field to clear the bases, and that gave the Brewers a lead.
A lead that was wiped out in the 9th as the Cubs scored 3. Ramos Ramirez had the error to start that inning that allowed Stewart to reach. Ramirez drove one off the wall his last time up. It was an RBI double. Drove in the first run of that 4-run frame. Well, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the Brewers if they don't come back here tonight.
Something tells me that their manager's not going to be very happy after this one if it ends like this.
Renicky had it right where he wanted. K-Rod worked a scoreless 8th. Brewers had taken the lead, and it all fell apart in that 9th inning. Axford ended up giving up 3 runs, 1 earned, with 3 strikeouts in 2/3 of an inning. And 2 costly hits. There's ball 4. There's the base runner you're looking for. Now the tying run will come up, and a home run hitter in Corey Hart. Now the Brewers with a fighting chance now in the 9th.
Yep, and you got a guy up at the plate who's had a pretty good night. He's hit a couple of line drives. He's got a couple of hits. And due to hit one.
Starts it with a strike. A breaking ball from Dolis.
Only 1 position player left on Ron Renicky's bench. And that's Masonette. He's on deck.
Hart 2 for 4. Almost hit him. Cubs have had a hard time finishing games. They have 4 blown saves. Dolis with 1 of those. One ball, 1 strike. Tying run at the plate. And Hart took a shot at it. 1-2. Count evens at 2-2. Dolis picked up a save in his last time out against Atlanta. It was a clean inning in a tight game, a 1-0 Cubs win on Wednesday. Well, he is staying inside on Corey Hart.
And sliders off the plate. Fastball's in on his hands. Corey Hart hoping that he makes a mistake with one, leaves one up in the strike zone.
Two and two now. Do it again. Stays 2-2. That Cubs bullpen. Marmol with 2 blown saves. He left this game earlier with a hamstring injury. Talked about Dolis's blown save against Cincinnati, and Kerry Wood has the other one. Back to the sinker ball. And that one misses low. Corey Hart has worked the count full. 3-2 now. Well, you know, Dolis does not want to put the tying run aboard. Hart should get a good pitch to handle.
Yeah, that sinker moves so much. I think sometimes it's not that Dolis is trying to be too fine, just too much movement ends up out of the zone.
Hart's a low ball hitter coming back to it. And Corey fouls it away. This is a matchup where the pitcher's strength is also the hitter's strength, at least with the sinker. Makes sense that a guy who is 6'6" can handle the low pitch.
Right.
Do it again. 3-2. Ramirez at first. And Hart fouls another one off. What an at bat here.
Yeah, good one to hit right there. 96, about mid-thigh high, and right down the middle of the plate.
Edwin Masonette, Renick's last position player, is in the on-deck circle. Well, you wonder, does Dolis take a gamble and go with that breaking ball? He is thinking about it on the mound. Castillo went out to discuss it with him. He's going back with a sinker. We'll do it again. 3-2. And Hart drives one deep to left. And we are tied! Corey Hart has squared it up. On the at-bat of the year for Corey Hart.
Yep, on pitch number 10, Dolis got one up, middle in, and Corey rode it on out of here. What an at-bat.
In more ways than one, with a club as down as you could be if they walk out of here with a loss. Now a chance as Masonette lines one to left, a base hit. His first hit as a Brewer and his first at bat as a Brewer. Edwin Masonette.
And Masonette with decent speed. Let's see if Ron Renick tries to get a bit aggressive. And check him out. He goes down and gets his pitch. Down and in, and Dolis threw a 97-mile-an-hour sinker at him, and he turned it around into left field. And good speed representing the winning run at first base.
Masonette has gotten in a few games defensively, but gets a big hit. Renick's last position player. Now it's Lucroy. And we'll see if Renick puts on a play here. Dolis misses down and in. 5th blown save for the Cubs this year. The 2nd for Dolis. Lucroy drove in 3 with a pinch hit double. Back in the 7th. And a shot to second. Barney to Castro, and that's going to turn into a double play that will end the inning. And let's play some extra innings as Corey Hart makes it so. A 2-run home run. Brewers coming off the deck. 7-7 to the 10th we go. Extra innings at Miller Park, presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. What an at-bat, Rock. Corey Hart with 1 out, a 10-pitch at-bat against Dolis.
Yeah, Dolis and Castillo are trying to mix it up on Corey. Corey found himself down in the count 1-2, and took some tough pitches and fouled off some very hittable pitches. And after about the 5th pitch, it was all fastballs, sinkers down, sinkers up. They were trying to really mess him up. There was a good pitch to hit, and then finally on pitch number 10, that one, a flat 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Corey Hart able to turn it around and tie her up in the bottom of the 9th.
Hit like a rocket out of here. And Hart, who had not hit a home run in a while, got to go back to April for Corey Hart's last home run. Hits his 7th of the year. He homered on April 25th against Houston. New pitcher is Manny Parra as we move to the 10th.
Yeah, talking about a guy that's turned things around. Manny Parra's been throwing the baseball very well. Getting ahead in the count with a fastball, and his put-away pitch, the splitter. He's got that earned run average down to 251.
Facing Wellington Castillo. And he drives one to left. That ball's well hit over the head of Braun. Going to one-hop off the wall. And here come the Cubs again. A leadoff double from Wellington Castillo.
Well, here's that split-fingered fastball. This time it stays up right down the middle of the plate. And when they don't get down in the zone, those split-fingered fastballs, they hang up for that hitter, and they hit him hard. So a leadoff double for Chicago.
Castillo with 2 hits tonight. His first double of the year. And we'll see if Dale Swaim tries to move that runner ahead with a bunt. And an early square from Barney. Now neither club is happy with the way this thing is unfolded. Whoever loses this game is going to be a wall puncher. Each team blowing saves. Axford's consecutive save streak ends at 49 tonight. Giving up 3 runs, 1 earned. It was a costly error to start the 9th inning. Barney content to put a bunt down, and he takes ball 3. Barney has just 1 sac bunt this year. He's been a good hitter tonight. 2 hits, had a line drive out. There's strike one.
And the Cubs are in their 4th extra inning game tonight. They're 2-1. The Brewers are 1-1 in extra innings so far this year.
Brewers won an extra inning game against the Dodgers here at Miller Park. Lost one against the Giants. Ball 4. Barney is on, and not a good start for Manny Parra here. 2 on, nobody out in the 10th inning. And the Cubs in the driver's seat.
Well, Manny Parra starting Barney with a couple of split-fingered fastballs that missed, and then just couldn't get the fastball over for strikes. Well, you got to figure Ian Stewart, you would think, to try and stay out of the double play, would be bunting here, lefty versus lefty. Cubs out of position players themselves except for Giovanni Soto. Brewers bench is empty.
Now does Swaim ask Ian Stewart to drop a bunt down? Doesn't have one in his big league career. He does square, and Parra misses. Boy, Manny having a hard time with the strike zone.
And the Brewers have the wheel play on with his Turris, the shortstop, covering third. Aramis Ramirez very close in on the grass, as is Ishikawa. In a defense like this, typically there is not going to be a play at second base. Ricky Weeks will go over to first as Ishikawa charges.
And you can't just lay one in there either. Stewart certainly has big power. He's hitting for a low batting average this year, just 192, but he does have 3 homers. Brewers are expecting a bunt. Corner infielders are in on the grass. Stewart squares, and a pitch in the dirt. Boy, this one is not headed in the right direction. Parra's got to make an adjustment quickly.
Ian Stewart, against left-handers this year, only 4 for 21. That's a 190 batting average. And of course, without a home run.
Stewart says he's comfortable against lefties. He grew up taking batting practice off his father, who's left-handed. Hasn't really shown up statistically in the major leagues. That was always the knock on Stewart when he was with the Colorado Rockies. Couldn't find his way as an everyday player, even though they thought he would be coming up through the minor leagues. See what he does here. 2-1. He's bunting. Gets it down. Ramirez to third. Get the out there. So the Brewers do get the lead out.
With that defense, that's nearly impossible to successfully execute that sacrifice. And check it out. Look at these. Look at the guys in the corners. They're right on top of them. Trying to bunt to third base. Ramirez waiting for it, and that's about as easy as it gets. That is a tough bunt to drop down successfully with the way the defense was from Milwaukee.
Especially with a slow running catcher at second base. Much better speed in scoring position now in Darwin Barney. And here's Reed Johnson. Parra's another pitcher who gets a lot of strikeouts with that splitter. Bouncing ball. Ishikawa to second. Weeks to Parra. And he makes a great play to save a run. That one had disaster written all over it.
Yes,
the Brewers did get it out.
And Manny Parra two-handing it, and how awkward is that? The first baseman dishing it off to the second baseman Weeks, and Manny Parra on his horse over to first base. Now watch Ricky. He has to throw this ball before Manny gets to first. He didn't put much on it just to be sure. If that ball gets by Manny, the Cubs have a run on the board.
Yeah, that's a great play by Parra. Parra was a first baseman in college and growing up. Always figured himself to be a position player before he switched to the mound, but something about a 95-mile-an-hour fastball left-handed turned him into a pitcher.
Yeah, how often do you see a 3 to 4 put out at second base?
with that shift on. So now 2 outs. And guess who? David DeJesus, who has done most of the damage here tonight. And he only entered this game in the 7th. And a grand slam home run on the first pitch he saw in the 7th inning. That gave the Cubs the lead. Cameron Lowe is in for Veras, and DeJesus turned them around quickly. Lowe was in the game specifically because he's a sinker baller. They're looking for the double play. DeJesus made a great catch the next half inning on Morgan. And then it was DeJesus tying the game with a triple in the 9th inning and then scoring on this wild pitch. Well, this guy has had a night.
Well, you got to be careful with Doran Barney at third base now. You got Manny Parra, the guy that likes to throw the split-fingered fastball, and when that pitch is thrown correctly, it's down in the dirt. I guarantee Pat Listas is reminding Barney, get a little bit of extra out here on third base. You could score on a ball in the dirt. If you're Jonathan Lucroy, you block it, keep it close.
There's the potential go-ahead run. 2 outs. DeJesus at the plate. And there's a strike. Well, baseball is such a game of confidence. I can't imagine a guy any more confident than David DeJesus right now, with the kind of game he's had. (7-7). Cubs threatening in the 10th inning. Swing and a miss. Chase that split finger fastball. Great block by Lucroy.
You got to smother that pitch in the dirt. It doesn't really matter what happens with Reed Johnson at third. Let him take off, but you got to worry yourself about the man at third.
DeJesus hitting just .188 against left-handers this year. Parra trying to escape this 10th inning. 0-2 the count. And a swing and a miss. Parra strikes him out. Parra, not so much with the pitching, which was impressive, but that play at first base he made, scooping up the short hop that saved the run from scoring. Parra strikes out David DeJesus.
Yep, the maturity process for Manny Parra. Last year or 2 years ago, when he had an inning that started like that, very rarely would he be able to get out of it. But boy, really good split-fingered fastball to put away DeJesus. Well done.
Dolis stays after blowing the save in the 9th inning. And Cesar Izturis to lead off. The Brewers have Izturis, Ishikawa, and then Nori Aoki. First 3 up. And if anybody gets on, Ricky Weeks would hit.
And 2 pitchers left for Dale Swaim, Lendy Castillo and Kerry Wood. The Brewers have only Vinny Cholk left in their bullpen.
And you figure Parra could give him multiple innings tonight.
Dale Swaim and the Cubs have Giovanni Soto left on the bench. The Brewers cupboard is bare.
2 balls and a strike on these Torres. 3 balls and a strike. This Torres has started 2 innings by reaching base. He had a bunt single in the 5th, and then he had a leadoff walk in the 8th. 1 for 3 tonight. That one's in there. 3-2. Seven. This game was 1-0 going into the 7th inning. Ball 4. There's the potential winning run. It's Torres at first, and Dolis continuing to struggle. He gave up 2 hits and a walk last inning. And we'll see if Renicky is going to have Ishikawa drop a bunt down. What a grinder this one is.
Yeah. Fun game. 2 different games in one. Pitchers duel in the beginning and a lot of fireworks at the end.
Ishikawa's lone sacrifice bunt came in his last trip to the plate. In the top of this inning, the Cubs had the first 2 on. Nobody out. Parra managed to get out of it. Cubs could not execute the sacrifice bunt. And Ishikawa pops it foul.
You know, Cub pitching has walked 11 Brewers tonight, and they've walked at least 1 batter in every inning except the second.
This has been
I've never seen anything like it.
A wild one. Just a odd box score kind of game. Two teams that want to stay out of the cellar in the division. The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. You see the corner infielders crashing in for the Cubs. Renicky in the past has never been afraid to take a bunt off in that kind of scenario and let the hitter swing away.
And I know this is a difficult thing to do, but as close as Ian Stewart is to the hitting zone, that when that ball gets in there, I mean, you just punch it over his head. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but he starts there and gets even closer. Almost too close. You bunt it hard right at him. It's going to be tough for him to make a play.
LaHare at first. He's holding the runner, but as soon as the pitch is plateward, he is charging as fast as he can.
Yeah, but that's the thing. In this situation, you want to bunt it toward LaHare, because he is going to get a late start.
Look at Stewart creeping in. Ishikawa pulls it back. 3 balls and a strike.
And now do you take it off, let him swing away? Well, they're going to talk about it in the infield, trying to remind Dolis, we can't help you unless you throw a strike. Not sure if the Cubs are going to be as aggressive defensively on a 3-1 count.
Well, Dolis has issued 2 walks in his inning plus. Stewart is back in there. I mean, you got to wonder what his heart rate is like. Standing 50 feet from the hitter. He squares and he bunts it to the right side. LaHare, no play at second. His only play at first. Beautiful bunt by Ishikawa.
Very nice. A guy that doesn't bunt all that much. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
And now the winning run is at second base. Ishikawa puts it in the perfect spot.
Yeah, good technique. He's got the bat head out in front. He's Torres got a good jump off the bag, and there's your winning run.
Nori Aoki the best arm in the Cubs outfield is in right field with DeJesus. Johnson has an accurate arm. The worst arm of the three is in left field with Alfonso Soriano, and he is the shallowest.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's very shallow because Aoki likes to punch it that way. Doesn't play very deep. He doesn't have far to throw it.
How about Aoki? Perhaps his signature moment as a Brewer. Chance to win it for Milwaukee. Nori Aoki, a three-time batting champion in Japan. Wanted to play among the game's best players in Major League Baseball. That's why he left Japan. Here's Turris at second, and Aoki chops one to third, and Stewart's going to slap the tag on his Turris.
Yeah, that's just bad base running. And I don't know why you would, right away take off on a play like that. A ball in front of you, you had to stay put. A mistake by his Turris. Not sure why you would take off here. I mean, Ian Stewart has about an easy and out as he could ask for. Rule of thumb, ball hit in front of you, stay at second.
Two outs now. And here is Ricky Weeks. Well, now you wonder if Aoki is going to try to run. Weeks has the kind of power that could end this game quickly. A struggling hitter in a big spot in a 7-7 game.
All of a sudden you become a much better hitter. You got a 2-0 count. You know Ricky Weeks would love to end this one.
Done it 3 times with walk-off hits. 2 balls, no strikes on Weeks. And a bouncer foul.
It's going to be tough to score a run on anything that stays in the ballpark as deep as the Cubs are playing in the outfield. They're playing no doubles. They'll give up a single, but not an extra base hit.
Two and one on Weeks. And Aoki takes off, and a bouncer. Barney scoops it up, and the throw is in time. And we head to inning number 11. Bad base running for the Brewers. We're still playing ball here at Miller Park.
Their extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. It's been a wild one here at the old ballpark tonight.
Has it ever. A lot of folks hanging in there. A crowd of over 40,000 tonight. And many have hung in there with us. Trying to see this one to a conclusion. 7-7 is the score as we go to the 11th. And Manny Parra back on the mound. Dolis gives the Cubs 2 innings. Blew the save in the 9th, works a scoreless 10th. Starlin Castro, dangerous hitter to lead off. Castro was at the plate in the 9th inning with a runner at third. He struck out, but it was a wild pitch. Castro reached first, and the go-ahead run scored. De Jesus. Up next for the Cubs, Kerry Wood, former closer. The Brewers will have Ryan Braun, Aramis Ramirez, and Corey Hart in the bottom of the 11th. And it's 3-0 on Castro.
A quick turnaround for the boys tomorrow at 12:05 start here at the ballpark. The players always appreciate 4.5-hour games right before a 12 o'clock start.
As long as you win them, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, whoever loses is going to feel more tired tomorrow.
That's right. Tomorrow's pitching matchup will be Sean Markham against Chris Volstad. Ball 4. So more activity on the bases. Just about every inning tonight, somebody has been on base. Randy Wolf had the only 3-up 3-down inning. That was way back in the 2nd. He pitched well tonight. 6 shutout innings. Gave up just 4 hits.
That's a 6th walk issued by Brewers pitching tonight, as opposed to 11 for the Cubs. 17 walks.
Wow.
That's a lot.
A couple of hit batters. Base runners everywhere. LaHair at the plate. There's a strike. Well, Brian LaHair gets another chance to extend his streak. To reach base in 27 consecutive games. Parra trying to send him to an 0 for 6. Well, it hadn't been the prettiest game. Been a lot of mistakes.
It was through 6.
The story of this game through the first 6 innings was the missed opportunities. All the runners left on base. But things changed in the 7th. Cubs scored 4. One swing of the bat. David De Jesus had a grand slam, a pinch hit grand slam home run. And then the Brewers answered in the bottom of the 7th with a 4 spot. Ramirez had an RBI. Jonathan Lucroy had the big hit. He drove in 3 runs with a double to give the Brewers the lead. Cubs scored 2 in the 9th, breaking John Axford's save streak, ending that run at 49. Just when you thought all was lost, that man delivers with a 2-run homer to tie it in the bottom of the 9th. Hart's 7th homer and his first home run since April 25th. Swing and a miss. Parra strikes out LaHair on a splitter. That is a tough pitch to handle when he's throwing it there.
Right, and it's only effective when he's ahead in the count. He's ahead in the count, and that's unhittable. Well located down in the zone, out of the zone actually, and LaHair having a long night at the office.
That's 0 for 6 with 2 strikeouts for LaHair. Here is Soriano now. Soriano has 2 hits and a walk tonight. Has hits in his last 2 plate appearances, and both of them have come right off the end of the bat. That sizable bat he uses. What's he use, like a 36-inch bat?
It's a 36-incher, one of the biggest in all of baseball. Right on top of the plate with that big long bat. Long and heavy.
Brewers have a shift on for Soriano, expecting him to pull. Pickoff. Ishikawa to Weeks, and Castro is out. And Weeks not real pleased with that slide by Starlin Castro. That's a big out, a caught stealing.
And he was coming in hot. He slid a little bit late and trying to knock the ball out of Ricky's glove. Yeah, Manny Parr, good mound presence. Castro committed himself, and let's check out the slide coming right after him. Yeah, late slide, trying to knock the ball out of Ricky's glove.
Well, he's lucky he didn't hurt himself. Big out number 2, and Soriano now down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes.
Kind of unusual to see a middle infielder do that to another. Ricky will remember that.
0-2. Soriano in a 7-7 game, takes one away. Brewers are 1-1 in extra inning games this year. One here at home against the Dodgers, lost on the road on the last road trip in San Francisco. That was in 11. A 1-2 pitch. Soriano lays off. Soriano drove in the 7th run in the 9th inning. Gave the Cubs a little insurance. See what Manny has in mind for him here. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down he goes as Parra picks up back-to-back strikeouts. And the big boys are coming up. The Brewers and the Cubs tied at 7. Braun will lead off. Then maybe Ramirez, then maybe Hart. It is 2 games in 1. The first game, this is not official, by the way. This is just us making up stuff. But it was 1 run through the first 6 innings. A lot of missed opportunities. Garza and Wolf pitching well. Now game 2, the pinch hitters got involved. Starting with De Jesus' grand slam in the 7th. And Lucroy driving in 3 in the bottom of the 7th. A pinch hit appearance. That gave the Brewers the lead. And then the Cubs able to take the lead on a wild pitch. There's been all kind of activity on the bases. Corey Hart tied it in the bottom of the 9th. So you get it, Rob? 2 games in 1.
Exactly, it was.
Hasn't been a doubleheader.
I'm with you.
But a little production value in our extra inning ball game.
Yep. They never get tired in the truck.
Well, Ryan Braun is coming up. A man who has delivered many times in spots just like this. Braun, Ramirez, and Hart due up. But this one could end with one swing of the bat from any of those three. Kerry Wood is on the pitch.
Yeah, he spent some time on the disabled list. He came back on May 3rd against Cincinnati. They called it right shoulder fatigue for Kerry Wood. Didn't throw as hard as he used to, but he still has that very good slider.
A lot of questions whether Wood would retire after last season. Said he'd only play for the Cubs. So they gave him a job, and here he is. Broke in with the Cubs in 1998 as a 21-year-old. Here he is at 35. Looks a lot different now than he did back then. The 2-0 pitch, and Braun takes one inside, and that missed him somehow.
Yeah. Castillo couldn't hold on, just got a piece of it.
I'm not sure if it was a hit by pitch, a foul ball, or just a miss ball. He was waiting for the pain. Now he's 3-0. Does Renicky turn him loose? 3-0. Ball 4. Braun is aboard.
Another walk. 12 walks issued by the Cubs.
And the winning run is on. Now Braun normally very fast, but has been slowed by that tightness in his Achilles.
Wood, not all that slow to home plate. He will give you a slide step. And if Ryan Braun has it in him to steal, this would be a good time for it. Although you have a couple of guys coming up that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. You might want to wait.
Braun has 4 steals this year as Ramirez takes ball 5. Man, the walks. Home plate umpire Lance Barksdale has called a ton of pitches in this game. Garza had 5. Every Cubs pitcher has walked at least 1.
And there's been a walk by a Cub in every inning but the second.
Aramis Ramirez. He scored a couple of runs tonight. He walked in the 9th. Drove in a run with a double in the 7th. 1 for 4. And this is the ultimate test. You've got a hitter who's a free swinger. He's been that way his entire career. And a pitcher who's thrown 5 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone. 6 in a row.
Yeah, that cut fastball missing the corner. Well, Ramirez should be looking for a certain pitch in a certain location. If he gets it, go ahead.
Wood missed 3 weeks with that injury. In his last 2 outings, he's given up 2 runs apiece. And there's ball 3. 7 balls in a row delivered by Wood, and Starlin Castro was coming in to chat with Kerry Wood. He waved him off. He shooed him back. 35-year-old telling a 22-year-old,
what do you got to say to me?
There's nothing.
Get back there.
And a snap throw to first. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. That was ball 4.
Yep. 13 walks.
Back-to-back walks, 8 straight balls. I mean, you know, the fitting end to this game would be a bases loaded walk.
I'll tell you what, I think I'd take that.
Whatever.
In this inning.
Here's Corey Hart, who hit the 2-run homer that put us here. Well, remember, the pitcher spot is due up next. And it's not Manny Parra in the on-deck circle. That is Zach Greinke. So you got it.
We're at that point.
All hands on deck. Hart could end it right here, and you know Renicky would love to see that.
Another pitch out of the zone.
9 straight balls.
Well, and because you have Zach Greinke coming up, no way you're going to have Corey Hart bunt here.
There's a strike. You got to wonder, Kerry Wood, he's had a great career. I mean, he's done some things that nobody in this game has been able to do. But he has not pitched well, and his arm is failing him, put him on the disabled list. Does he have enough in him tonight? The 1-1. There's a breaking ball in there for a strike.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch. That was a curveball. Corey Hart saying, I didn't even know you had that.
So now it is 1-2. Braun is the potential winning run at second base. And Hart drives one to left over his Soriano, and he's got it for the out. Just a little bit off the end of the bat for out number 1.
They hung the curveball that time with 2 strikes. And Corey just couldn't hold back long enough.
All right, so it's going to be Zach Greinke. As Hart just missed one.
And he hung that one right down the middle of the plate. And you can see Corey just a bit out in front.
Kerry Wood, who threw 9 straight balls to start this inning, has it out. The Brewers send a pitcher up there to try to end the game. That would be a fitting end. Greinke, slow roller, got to go to first. Castro's throw is in time, and a double play, and Kerry Wood is out of it. And we play on in Milwaukee. Well, it's the longest game of the year as far as innings go, as we go to the 12th at Miller Park. 7-7 ball game, and the Brewers are going to call on Vinny Chalk.
Well, last line of defense out in that bullpen is just Marcus Hanel left down there. And Stan Kiles, can't forget Stan. No pitchers remaining in that Brewers bullpen. You got to wonder what Ron Renicky is going to do should this game, continue on. But Vinny Chalk, you would imagine, give you 2 or 3 innings. Beyond that, who knows?
Well, the Brewers with 2 on, back-to-back walks, nobody out. Kerry Wood found his curveball. Brewers forced to send a pitcher up there, just as the Cubs are here. Kerry Wood will lead off. Still haven't seen Giovanni Soto tonight, but Schwayne knows if this thing, he's going to have to get another 3 outs regardless.
Yeah. Well, again, he's only got 1 pitcher left down that bullpen. That is Lindy Castillo. He doesn't want to burn Kerry Wood.
Now, both of these teams had the day off yesterday. And just when a couple of managers are excited about a full complement of relievers just wiped out in one 12-inning ball game, might be some phone calls to the minor leagues tonight.
Well, again, the only one that had to pitch extended innings was Dolis. I mean, really, after the off day yesterday for both teams, every other reliever pitched at most an inning.
Manny Parra went 2 for the Brewers on their side. There's a strikeout as Chalk punches out Kerry Wood for the first out.
That's right. Manny went 2. My mistake. Well, fastball right down the middle. Kerry Wood comes up empty for out number 1. Here in the 12th inning.
You didn't have anything planned tonight, did you?
No. This was it.
Wellington Castillo now with 1 away. He's caught this entire game.
We're not that far removed from the longest American League game in history. 25 innings in Chicago.
You would know something about that.
I caught in that game.
How many innings did you catch?
12.
12 of the 25. That was a base hit.
I'm not saying that we're headed in that direction.
No, I mean that's not exactly what I was thinking.
But we're still, we're still good. I mean, 12 innings. That's nothing.
Nah, no problem.
Breaking pitch from Chalk and a pretty good at bat by Castillo. He's been swinging the bat well all night.
He has 3 hits tonight and a line out. Braun made that diving catch against Castillo back in the 4th. Wow, these extra inning games, they can be fun. You see all kind of different strategies. You see pitchers hitting. You see position players pitching sometimes.
Yep, you see guys doing things they ordinarily wouldn't be doing, and this is when managers, earn their keep, figuring out ways to extend games, especially when you're out of position players. Get about the 10th inning, and managers tell the starting pitchers who normally just sit around and do nothing, flip seeds around the dugout, go get your cleats on. We might need you.
Yeah, Greinke was the first call. He bounced into a 4-6-3 inning ending double play. 2 balls, no strikes on Darwin Barney. 7-7 tie. There's a strike. And if you're Vinny Chalk, you're trying to make an impact on your manager, you can do it right here. Putting up zeros can certainly make a manager remember you.
Yep. Throwing strikes, not walking batters.
2-2.
Chalk running it up there about 92. Good fastball and in on the hands of Darwin Barney. We've seen Barney use center field and right field all night. I mean, maybe fastballs in, busting them in might be the trick.
Bouncing ball to Ramirez. And his only play is first. So there is out number 2. But the Cubs do put the go-ahead runner in scoring position. And it's going to be Ian Stewart, who pinch hit in the 7th inning and is batting for the 4th time. He was hit by a pitch. He reached on an error. That was a key error by Ramirez that opened up a 3-run 9th inning. And a blown save for Axford. So he's 0 for 2, but he's been on base 3 times. He scored twice. And he didn't enter this game until the 7th. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 12th inning. Jonathan Lucroy will lead off. Then it's Turris and Ishikawa. One and one.
Man, how many pitches has Lance Barksdale seen tonight? And we talk about the the players, and they grind it out. How about these umpires? They're on their feet the whole game. There haven't been too many arguments with the strike zone tonight.
Two and one. And 15 different pitchers tonight. Chalk is the 8th. The 2-1 and a swing and a foul, and it's 2-2. A 1-0 game until the 7th. Each club with 4 runs in the 7th inning. Cubs scored 3 in the 9th. Brewers tied it on a Corey Hart homer in the bottom of the 9th, and that's where we sit in the 12th. Castillo, slow running catcher, representing the potential go ahead run for the Cubs. The 2-2 to Stewart, and that one just missed. Boy, I think Stewart was even waiting for the call there.
Yeah, I mean, a tough pitch to take. Lance Barksdale calls it low.
It's a good call. Now Chalk has to make a pitch. A hot one. Weeks makes a nice play, and the throw is in time. Excellent scoop by Ricky Weeks. Well, will it be the bottom of the 12th? Brewers looking for a walk-off tonight against their rival. Excellent defensive play to win the top of the 12th. you know it's a good day when you get a double sausage race.
Yep, the Chorizo won race number 1, and he's out to an early lead. And I tell you what, the hot dog giving a valiant effort. There's going to be a couple of his brothers on my grill tomorrow.
And Chorizo is hot tonight.
A doubleheader win. The Clements famous racing sausages.
Well done. Yep, do it in the 6th, and you do it in the 12th, and we'll do it again in the 18th. Bite your tongue, they say. All right, here we go. Bottom 12. Jonathan Lucroy against Kerry Wood. Somehow Wood survived the 11th. He threw 9 straight balls. Back-to-back walks. Got a double play from Zach Greinke, who is pinch hitting. Brewers are out of players. Lucroy, a pinch hit 3 RBI double in the 7th. Gave the Brewers a lead. It was 4-2 Cubs at the time. Lucroy made it 5-4 with his double. He was thrown out at 3rd. He hit the ball sharply in the 9th, but hit it right at Darwin Barney. And it ended up as a double play. 3-1. Last time the Cubs walked 13 in a game was 1990.
Wow.
Cubs won that game.
And they won.
That was against the Mets.
You're kidding. You're not going to win many games walking that many.
3-2 the count.
How many did the Mets walk?
9.
Okay.
7th inning. Lucroy pinch hitting. Smokes one down the right field line. He has been the Brewers' best in clutch situations. And he drove in 3 runs with that swing of the bat to give Milwaukee the lead. After the Cubs had scored 4 in the top of the 7th. And there's ball 4. And again, the Brewers, for the 3rd consecutive inning, have the leadoff man on via the walk.
Well, do you have any 14 walks in a game information? Just keeps going.
Cubs walked 14, according to my sources, Rock, in 1987 against Atlanta, and they beat the Braves that day.
Wow. Amazing, isn't it? It's a lot of walks.
See, who says walks will kill you? Is Torres up there to bunt, and he pops it up. Wood makes an easy play. Man, oh man. Execution not there. It has been occasionally, but not here. And that's an easy out for Wood. Out number 1. Lucroy has to stay put. Cubs have actually walked 15 in a game back in 1962.
Wow.
In case you're wondering, that's their club record. 1962, also against the Mets. Something about the Mets.
Yeah, stay tuned. They're 1 away.
Rewriting the record books. 14 walks tonight for the Cubs. Ishikawa at the plate. Well, you know, players, they fight the urge to just try to hit one out. That's the notion. The home team knows they can end the game with a home run. That's why a lot of these extra inning games,
they go so long. You're right.
Carry on.
Once they get by, 10, 11 innings, guys start thinking about the home runs and being the hero.
Not that we're against that, but just saying.
It's human nature, though, right? You want to go up there. You're a Brewer guy. You want to hit the home run. Go home happy.
0-1 to Ishikawa.
It's not often that you go up there trying to hit a home run, swinging for a home run, and actually hitting one. That doesn't happen very often.
Ishikawa is batting for the 4th time. He pinch hit in the 6th inning and has 2 sacrifice bunts. And it's 1-2 on Travis Ishikawa.
He still has some good life to the fastball. Kerry Wood 94 with that last one. Who said he's not throwing good anymore?
It's almost like that wannabe visit from Castro fired him up. He waved off his shortstop and started getting outs after that. And down goes Ishikawa. Out number 2, a strikeout for Kerry Wood, his first. Back to the top of the order in Nori Aoki now.
And here it is, hit it. Fastball at the belt, and Ishikawa swings right through it. And Nori got a long ball in him.
He hit 20 one year in Japan. Nope. Pop up to second. Marching on, 13th inning. Still tied at 7 as we go to the 13th inning from Miller Park. And the Brewers and the Cubs are plowing through their bullpens tonight. Kerry Wood with 2 innings. He and Dolis. Manny Parra gave the Brewers a couple. Now Chalk trying to give Milwaukee 2.
Yep, the only reliever not used in the game has been Lindy Castillo, the right-hander for Chicago.
I would assume that is him throwing in the bullpen now. Reed Johnson leads off for the Cubs. Top of the order. 7th plate appearance for Reed Johnson.
And you get a base runner, and Brian LaHare gets one more opportunity to extend his streak.
And there's a base hit. So Johnson with a single. And we'll see if the Cubs can execute a bunt.
Yep, fastball down and in, and Reed Johnson able to shoot it right back through the middle. Terrace was shaded in the hole, couldn't get there.
Oh, the witching hour. Clock strikes midnight.
Yeah.
That's always encouraging. Welcome to tomorrow. De Jesus pops up a bunt. Man, this is amazing.
Yep, it is.
Big leaguers popping up bunts, unable to advance runners. And DeJesus, who is going along so well, now has a strikeout and a pop-up on a bunt attempt. So
fundamentals to ordinarily wins these long extra inning games. Neither team doing a very good job the last couple innings.
Starlin Castro. Well, Choke gets ahead of him. Castro has 1 hit tonight, which put him into the National League lead, at least a tie for the league lead in hits with 44. He led the league in hits last year. One ball, one strike on Castro. And a swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from Vinny Choke.
He's got good life on his pitches here tonight. Good sharp breaking ball, and one thing he is doing is fastball. He's keeping it down. Man, tough to hit a pitch down like that out of the ballpark.
Bouncing ball. Turris. And just gets Castro for the out. Johnson advances to second. 2 outs in the inning, though. And there's the go-ahead run.
Good arm, because Castro runs well, gets him by half a step. Well, here's Leher with another opportunity, this time with a man in scoring position. And his streak will continue.
Yep, intentionally walked. His 7th at bat. His streak stays alive at 28 consecutive games.
Is there an asterisk for that?
That is amazing. Braves and Cardinals went 12 innings tonight. Braves won 9-7. Jason Hayward hit a go-ahead homer. Braves with their 20th win of the season. Just about everything else is final, Rock.
Yeah. Well, Minnesota and Toronto are in the 8th.
They had a long rain delay. They had a 2-hour and 15-minute rain delay.
Well, still, they're still playing.
Rangers and the Angels are in the 9th inning. They had a long rain delay as well. I think it approached a couple hours. All right, so Soriano is up after the intentional walk. Renicky feeling better about the right-handed hitter as opposed to the lefty Leher. 7-7 game, 13th inning. In there. Ricky Weeks, Ryan Braun, Aramis Ramirez due up in the bottom of the 13th inning. Oh, and 2 the count. Vinny Choke had a scoreless 12th. Looking for 2 scoreless. That's the man you got to keep on the bases. 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. Vinny Chalk, last man in the bullpen for the Brewers. Got Soriano down a ball and 2 strikes. 2 on for the Cubs, and a strike called on the inside corner. Chalk rings him up.
Nice pitch.
2 scoreless for Vinny, my cousin, sending the Brewers to the bottom of the 13th. Passion right there. You can't teach people to care. She's got plenty of energy as we move to the bottom of the 13th inning. All tied at 7. Let's spin you around the National League tonight. Bud Norris beating the Pirates 1-0 tonight. He goes 8 innings. Carlos Ruiz of the Philadelphia Phillies, 3 for 3, including a home run as the Phillies beat the Padres. Nationals with a 2 for 5 night from Roger Bernardino over the Cincinnati Reds. Marlins over the Mets. Greg Dobbs had a walk-off hit, the former Philly. Jason Hayward had the 2-run homer we told you about in the 12th. Kimbrel saved it. Diamondbacks getting a 5-1 win over the Giants, one of their division rivals. And the Dodgers and the Rockies. Capuano wins again. 7 innings, 1 run. He's pitching great baseball. So there you go. We're still at it, though. 7-7. As Ricky Weeks leads off. And the new Cubs pitcher is Lindy Castillo.
Yeah, remember him back in Wrigley Field. He made his major league debut against the Brewers. Basically a 2-pitch pitcher. Fastball, sliders, giving up runs in 2 of his last 3 appearances, although his last time out against the Dodgers on May 5th, 2 innings scoreless.
No balls, 2 strikes on Ricky Weeks. Cubs have made a few changes here. They've got Giovanni Soto, the last position player available, now catching. And that pushes Wellington Castillo to first base and sends Leher over to left. As Weeks is hit by a pitch. And for the 4th consecutive inning, the Brewers have their leadoff hitter aboard.
That one hurt that time. That dangerous area, up and in. Castillo not even close. Getting Ricky look like on a wrist.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you know Weeks' history of wrist injuries. Man, that is right on top of the hand on the wrist.
Well, that's when that those hands are clenching the handle of that bat, and well, very easy to break a bone. You know, when that happens, well, you know, Castillo didn't want to do it. He let one get away.
Weeks has had surgery on both of his wrists. And he's one of the toughest guys you'll ever meet. But he is in a world of hurt when he's doing that to get a glove off.
He very rarely, if ever, shows any emotion or any sign that there's anything bothering him. You got to be concerned about Weeks right now.
Oh, right on top of the hand.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's going to stay in and run. Question is he going to be able to continue defensively?
All right, so Weeks will stay. And here comes Ryan Braun. Just the man the Brewers want up in a spot like this. All tied at 7. The inning, the Brewers tied it in the 9th inning. Braun made the first out that inning. And then it was Corey Hart who hit the 2-run homer. Tied the game. Blown save for Rafael Dolis. 7-7 with Braun up, bottom 13. Well, the first 3 times the Brewers have had their leadoff runner aboard. They've had bunts or considered bunts. Kerry Wood walked 2 in a row in the 11th. And Braun is drilled. And Braun is not happy. He stares into that Cubs dugout.
I can't imagine why Castillo would be, intentionally doing that. Obviously, if you're unable to pitch inside, you shouldn't go in there. I mean, you're risking, the well-being of players, and I'm not even close. I mean, that was supposed to be away. And hits Bronny right in the back. Braun does a nice job getting the elbows and everything else out of there. Maybe got him in the back of the arm.
So back-to-back hit batters. Weeks was hit with a 2-strike pitch. Chris Bosio immediately came out from the dugout. Now the Brewers now have the winning run at second.
Well, you're not going to ask Aramis Ramirez to bunt. I mean, I seriously doubt that's going to happen, although Ramirez is a guy that has a tendency to hit into double plays. That's the last thing you want here.
Now Ramirez, in his career, if you're wondering, has 3 sacrifice bunts and none since 2000.
Well, just keep in mind again, though, that if Ramirez bunts successfully, they walk Corey Hart, and then you have a pitcher coming up.
Right, good point.
So I think therein lies the reason that you don't have him bunt.
A base hit, Brewers could win it, and that one's on the inside corner for a strike. So Lindy Castillo hits the first 2 batters, and the Brewers with another golden opportunity to end this game. They had 2 on in the 11th, couldn't score. And there's a flare in the right. That's going to fall, and Weeks will be held around third as the throw comes in, a good one.
They got a late break off of second base. Wanted to make sure that that ball fell. It's real easy up here to see right away that ball's going to fall. A little bit different down on the field.
That'll be a base hit for Ramirez. Weeks holding his ground to make sure it was down right off the end of the bat.
With all the base running mistakes, you don't want to be doubled off in that situation. So Ricky has to make sure, not even close out there in right, but hey, you've got the bases loaded and Corey Hart coming up.
Corey Hart had the 2-run homer in the 9th to tie it. He's the reason we're still here. Now he's got a chance to end it. Cubs bring their infield in, and they have 3 infielders on the left side. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Hart, a bouncing ball, base hit, and that's your ball game. Hart wins it, a walk-off single. And the Brewers beat the Cubs in 13 innings, 8-7. 9 straight wins over the Cubs at Miller Park. And Corey Hart ties it in the 9th, finishes it in the 13th.
Now, I'll tell you, battle of attrition. You know, all the pitchers used, all the position players used, and it came down to wildness, oddly enough, for the Cub pitching staff. All the walks tonight, all the hit batters came back to haunt him, and Corey Hart on his 4th hit tonight, able to drive in the game winner. Are you going to be here this long? You might as well win, right?
A game that started yesterday, finishes today. And Corey Hart on his way over. And let's send it down to Mark Concannon with the star of the night, Corey Hart. Take it away, Mark.
B.A., thank you. Corey, good morning.
Right?
Tell us about that last at-bat.
I was trying to stay inside anything. I know they were shifting way over on me, so I figured they're going to try to come in, so I was trying to either play some that way or do what I did. I was able to get up the middle.
2 big hits tonight, the 2-run homer in the 9th. Walk us through that at-bat.
I don't know.
You can remember it.
I think I blacked out. No, man, Dolis has got a really good arm, a lot of movement, and, you know, I just tried to battle as much as I could, and I was able to stay in the bat, and of course the more pitches I saw, the better I felt, and I was able to finally get a hold of one.
What does it say about the character of this team? You came back twice from big deficits tonight.
It's tough. I mean, we're resilient. We don't give up. You know, it's been a tough year so far, but we got a lot of fight. We got a lot of grit, and you know, we're going to keep battling. And hopefully, you know, this starts something for us.
Hey, take the rest of the night off, will you?
Yeah, I'll go home and take a nap. Right?
Corey, thanks. Congratulations. All right, Craig, what's coming up on Brewers Live?
Well, thankfully, we're going to be talking about a Brewer victory after a very long night here at Miller Park. What a way to start out this series against their rival Chicago Cubs. We'll break it all down, pitch by pitch, inning by inning. Let's relive it together.